Chapter 2548. Going the Wrong Way, Ding. System Notification. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission. Forge the primordial divine body. Ding. System Notification. The primordial divine body is not the power of the bloodline, but the strength of the host's bones. If the host obtains the complete primordial divine body, then the host will have the ability to live forever. Ding. Host, please take note that the term live forever refers to the powerful ability to control the power of the laws. Yi Xian was stunned. He was shocked by the description of the primordial divine bone. Controlling the power of the laws? What kind of power was that? As far as Yi Xian knew, whether it was the God realm or the current origin secret realm, there was no such thing as controlling the power of the laws. Comprehending the laws was the ultimate goal of everyone's cultivation, and no matter how one comprehended the laws, it could be said that it was impossible to control the laws. Controlling the power of the laws was the power of the laws. The primordial divine bone actually had such a powerful effect? Even if it required Yi Xian to create a complete primordial divine bone, this was still an opportunity. Once he succeeded, Yi Xian would be able to escape the restrictions of the realm of the gods. But what did it mean to escape the realm of the gods? Yi Xian did not dare to think about it, because it was too far away for him. System, I want to fuse with the primordial divine bone. Ding! System Notification. The system does not have enough energy to fuse with the primordial divine bone. Yi Xian was stunned. He had been so excited that he had forgotten that the system only had basic functions. It looked like he had to leave the primordial divine bone for now. Yi Xian carefully stroked the primordial divine bone, feeling the ancient and weathered aura on it. With a sigh, Yi Xian put the primordial divine bone into his interspatial ring. Since Yi Xian had already been given this opportunity, Yi Xian believed that he would be able to collect a complete set of primordial divine bones and strengthen his own body to achieve the primordial divine body. Yi Xian gathered his thoughts and looked down. There were still many source beasts waiting for Yi Xian to kill. Although killing this source beast did not increase Yi Xian's cultivation base, Yi Xian knew that every source beast he killed would increase his strength and the system's recovery. As long as he persevered, increasing his cultivation base and recovering the system would not be difficult. Yi Xian descended from the sky and directly began his hunting journey. Whether it was an origin beast or an ordinary origin beast, once Yi Xian encountered them, Yi Xian would mercilessly kill them and then quickly devour them. One by one, the source beasts turned into experience points for Yi Xian to level up and energy for the system's recovery. Yi Xian, on the other hand, walked further and further away. Because he was too focused on hunting origin beasts, Yi Xian didn't notice in the slightest that these shattered continents were actually moving. Moreover, once the two continents connected, they would strangely fuse together. After a certain period of time, they would separate again. On the surface, it seemed that Yi Xian had been fighting on one continent, but in reality, Yi Xian had already passed through two continents. Unknowingly, he had arrived on another continent. Coincidentally, the continent he was heading to was the continent where the divine emperors were. 10 days. Originally, Yi Xian could have spent 10 days alone to hunt source beasts on his continent. Even if there were people who entered later, they were all godly venerables. With Yi Xian's peak grade 9 godly venerables cultivation base, it could be said that Yi Xian was invincible on his original continent. It was impossible for anyone to do anything to him. Unfortunately, once Yi Xian changed continents and came to this place where the divine emperor realm hunted origin beasts, he wouldn't be so lucky. He was no longer the strongest. Instead, he had been reduced to the weakest. After all, the minimum requirement to enter this continent was to be a lower-grade first divine emperor. Yi Xian did not realize what he had experienced. At that moment, he was still hunting source beasts in front of him. System, how strong is this source beast? Ding. System Notification. Target is equivalent to a lower-grade third divine emperor. Emperor God realm? What's going on? Why is there an origin divine beast in the Emperor God realm? I've never seen one before. The most powerful one I've seen is only equivalent to a grade 3 third rank ultimate God realm origin beast. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He'd killed hundreds of origin beasts before, but he hadn't encountered a single origin beast that surpassed the divine sovereign realm. Of course, with the exception of the super big fellow that Yi Xian had sensed at the beginning, Yi Xian hadn't dared to look for him at all. However, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised to encounter a source beast of the divine emperor realm. Wei Zhentin, kill this source beast for me. Yi Xian did not waste any time and immediately rushed towards the source beast. However, at that moment, a terrifying attack suddenly came. The attack appeared without any warning. Moreover, the attack was aimed at taking Yi Xian's life. Ding. System notification. Warning, warning, the host has suffered a fatal attack. System, automatic defense. God Slayer's absolute defense activated. Boom! With a loud bang, Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. However, a circle of light enveloped Yi Xian. This was one of the God Slayer's abilities, the absolute defense. Absolute defense. The God Slayer has fused with the mysterious alternate space, resulting in a special mutation. It will use the alternate space's ability to provide the host with an absolute defense. Every time this defense is activated, it will take a year to cool down. Moreover, every time it is activated, it will require an alternate space to be reactivated. This defense borrows the power of the heavens and earth's law to ignore all attacks. It can also randomly teleport the host away. This was the God Slayer's absolute defense. It could be said that every time it was activated, it had to pay a huge price. This thing was not just about the cooldown time. Yi Xian could still accept a cooldown time of 1 year. The most important thing was the alternate space. Every time it was activated, it would require an alternate space to be activated. What was an alternate space? To put it simply, it was a secret realm. In other words, every time it was activated, the price was to find a secret realm. After all, it could be used several times to guard it. The last time, Yi Xian had already used it. It could be said that this time, Yi Xian would definitely need an alternate space to activate the absolute defense. Yi Xian stood up from the dust. The defensive light was still surrounding him. However, Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. During this time, Yi Xian had not subdued any alternate space. Then, to activate the absolute defense this time, what alternate space was the system using? Chapter 2549. Mi Yen and Fei Yen, be it the devouring space or the ancient zither space, they were both the source of Yi Xian's power. If any of them were to be damaged, Yi Xian would suffer a huge loss. Yi Xian quickly checked, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Then, where did this alternate space come from? System, what alternate space did I use to activate the God-slaying sword's absolute defense? The reason why Yi Xian didn't care about the battle was because this question was too important. Ding. System notification. Using absolute defense this time consumed Yi Zong's trial secret realm. Yi Zong? Yi Xian had a strange expression. Yi Zong was indeed established by Yi Xian, but he did not even stay in Yi Zong for more than a few days before he did not return because of various matters. Yi Xian did not know what was going on with Yi Zong, but he thought that it should be nothing. Kunlun God Domain, Jiufang's 60,000 realms, Yi Zong. A young girl was looking at the sky above Yi Zong in shock. Just a moment ago, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above Yi Zong, and then a secret realm of Yi Zong was swallowed up. It's the young master, it must be the young master. Only the young master can do this. The young girl said in surprise. That secret realm was one of Yi Zong's backup secret realms, and no disciples were arranged to cultivate there. Therefore, Yi Zong did not suffer any losses. At this moment, the entire Yi Zong was in an uproar, and countless people rushed out. They looked at the sky outside, and at the secret realm that disappeared. Finally, they muttered, "Master, the master is back." No, it's the sect leader who summoned the sect's secret realm in another place. Look, the master god is back. Just as the people of the Yi sect were discussing this, a pair of majestic divine palace guards, escorting Miya, rushed over from the sky. Miyan used all her power to search for Yi Xian, but to no avail. She only knew that Yi Xian might have gone to another powerful world. As a divine master, Mi naturally knew about the enforcers of order and protectors. However, she didn't have the ability to enter. Even if she could get some information through her connections, unfortunately, it was impossible for her to investigate Yixian. Thus, Miyu could only wait patiently. However, while she was waiting, the mystic realm gave the order to move the Divine Master Palace to one of the 9 cardinal 60,000 territories, right next to Yizong. After all, Yizong was founded by Yixian. Since Yixian was someone who was concerned about this place, it was possible that Yixian would pass on some news to Yizong once he returned. Greetings, Divine Lord. Everyone knelt down to pay their respects, but Mi Si simply waved her hand and quickly walked towards the girl from before. Fian, what happened? Did he come back? Mi Si was visibly excited. Looking at Fei Yan, she was actually trembling slightly. Reporting to Lord Divine Lord, it's not that the young master has returned, but that the young master has been summoned away from a secret realm of the Yi sect. What? The secret realm has been summoned away by him? Could it be that he has encountered some kind of danger? Fian, I know that you have a special connection with him. No matter where he is, you can instantly teleport over. Could it be that you still can't do it now? Reporting to Lord Divine Lord, previously, Fian could only roughly sense the young master's aura. It was impossible for me to teleport over. However, this time, as I left the secret realm, I could clearly sense the young master's aura. However, it is impossible to go over because there seems to be a powerful force guarding that place. Fian's expression was somewhat sorrowful. Ever since the start of the Divine Domain War, Yixian had been acting alone. Fian's strength wasn't enough, so she could only stay in the Yi sect and lead the Divine Talisman race to build the Yi sect. However, just like that, Yixian had left them. Everyone knew that Yixian had gone to another powerful world. Perhaps it was a secret realm, or perhaps it was some other place. Back when Yixian was fighting in the Demon God domain, they were still able to obtain some information about Yixian. But now, there was no information at all. Is there really no way at all? Fian, don't tell me that even you don't have a way? Mi Yan's expression was somewhat desolate. The people around her didn't say anything. During this period of time, whether it was the people of the Yi sect or the Divine Palace Guards, in fact, they all understood Mi Yan's thoughts. Mi Yan had fallen in love with Yixian and couldn't extricate herself. Thus, no one was surprised by Mi Li's words. Fian looked at Mi Yan. How could she not see through Mi Yan's thoughts? In fact, of course, she also wanted to return to Yixian's side. After thinking for a moment, Fian said, Lord Divine Lord, perhaps we still have a way, and it is the only way. Wait. Fian, tell me quickly. What is it? No matter what you need, I can give it to you. Lord Divine Lord, don't get too excited. The method I'm talking about does require a lot of resources, but the most important thing is that the success rate is extremely low, less than 10%. Fian said, 10%? That's already very high. Even if it's only 5%, it's still better than us waiting here. Fian, tell me quickly, what do we need to do? Lord Divine Lord, my clan has a secret method that requires us to form a contract like the young master and I. However, as the price, it is very likely that our godhead will shatter. In other words, if we can't reach the young master's side, our godhead will definitely shatter. Even if we can reach the young master's side, our strength will be greatly reduced. Lord Divine Lord, you must think carefully. Once we embark on this path, there will be no room for us to turn back. It turned out that Fian had a special ability called the 3 Lives Art. Although the name of the 3 Lives Art was a bit strange, its function was to search for people. Once it was activated, it would forcibly use the user's cultivation, divine sense, soul strength, and even the user's physical body to perform a forced teleportation. During the teleportation process, if there wasn't enough energy, the consequences could be imagined. However, as a supplement, it could also be used to set up a strange formation called the 3 Lives Formation. The function of this formation was to gather all the power of the user and use it as a form of teleportation. After Fian told Mia about this idea, Mia didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out everything she had. Chapter 2550. Reunite. However, the 2 women were fearless. They supported each other and infused their blood into the formation. At the same time, all the resources that Mimi had accumulated throughout her life, including treasures and spiritual stones, were turned into energy that was continuously devoured by the formation. After 7 days, the formation was finally completed. During these 7 days, the two women's blood had never stopped flowing. It could be said that they had almost died several times. If not for the support of countless treasures and pills, they would never have made it this far. At this moment, the two women sat weakly in the formation, supporting each other. However, there was a satisfied smile on their faces. Fian, activate the formation. Let's go find him. Yes, Sister Mimi. However, Sister Mimi, are you really willing to give up the glory and wealth of the God Realm and the position of Lord of 2 God Realms? What's the point of saying these things at this point? Let's go. Let's go together. It's either life or death. Even if it's death, I'll be satisfied to be able to see him. Alright, Fian said resolutely. At this moment, the entire Kunlun God Realm and the Shifter God Realm were on their knees, respectfully sending off their God Master. What's going on? Why did my faith points suddenly increase? Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. At this moment, Yi Xian had already stayed here for a total of 15 days. Last time, after Yi Xian activated the absolute defense of the God-slaying sword, he knew very well that he was no match for the person who ambushed him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to activate the teleportation ability. This time, the teleportation actually sent Yi Xian to a remote place. There were not many people here. Of course, there were also fewer origin beasts. However, it was exceptionally powerful. It could be said that it was impossible for Yi Xian to kill source beasts to his heart's content like before. Instead, every time he did, he would have to pay an enormous price and experience a bloody battle. Yi Xian did not know where he was exactly, but he knew that this place was not simple. This was because the origin beasts around him were basically all superior God Emperor Realm origin beasts. As for Yi Xian, he spent almost every day searching for isolated origin beasts. Even if it was a lone origin beast, Yi Xian could not guarantee that he could kill it because Yi Xian was only at the ultimate God Realm, even if he was at the peak 9th grade ultimate God Realm. He had to use his full strength to kill an origin beast at the lower level ultimate God Realm. How would he dare to provoke something that was too powerful? However, it was hard to find an origin beast of the inferior celestial the Arch Realm in this place, let alone a grade 5 origin beast. Hence, Yi Xian's harvest over the past few days was not very impressive. Fortunately, as the second group of people entered, a portion of the origin beasts would be lured away from time to time. At the very least, Yi Xian now had a way to leave this place. After all, he had been trapped here for a very long time. Suddenly, Yi Xian seemed to have sensed something as his gaze locked onto a certain spot. What is it? Why do I feel a sense of concern in my heart? The God-slaying sword circled around Yi Xian, and the law divine bow was also lowered by Yi Xian, but his gaze was locked on that spot. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared, and 2 figures fell directly from mid-air. Fian, Mili. Yi Xian was greatly surprised. He never thought that Fian and Mili would actually appear here. This was the Origin's secret realm. This was an existence that had long surpassed the divine realm continent. How did these 2 women come here? Yi Xian could not understand. Yi Xian was enduring fear, but he could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. After all, it was simply unimaginable to come to the Origin's secret realm from the divine realm continent. However, they had really come. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly caught the 2 girls. At this moment, the 2 women had not completely lost consciousness. Looking at Yi Xian, Fian weakly called out, "Young master." Mi Li, on the other hand, called out, "Yi Xian," emotionally with tears in her eyes. Then, the 2 of them both fainted. What was this called? Yi Xian was quite helpless. The appearance of the 2 women had long exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. There were too many variables during this period of time, and coupled with Luolua's return, Yi Xian had almost forgotten about the 2 women. But he never thought that they would actually come looking for him. From the divine realm continent directly to the Origin's secret realm. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and 2 Origin divine crystals appeared, then floated above the 2 women's heads, replenishing their divine power. With Yi Xian's eyes, he could naturally see that the two women were fine. The most important thing was that they had lost too much divine power, even to the point of exhaustion. Yi Xian did not know what the two women had experienced, but he knew that the two women must have paid a great price to chase him from the divine realm to here. Origin divine crystals appeared one after another, replenishing the two women's energy. These origin divine crystals were Yi Xian's harvest during this period of time. Originally, Yi Xian was prepared to devour all of them, but ever since he came to this strange place, he gave up on the idea immediately. Instead, he prepared to leave 10 origin divine crystals, in case he did not have enough origin divine crystals to pay when he left directly. After all, Yi Xian still did not know what the city lord was planning to do with him. Thus, Yi Xian did not want to provoke the city lord if he could help it. These origin divine crystals were all of Yi Xian's reserves. Of course, in addition to the origin divine crystals, Yi Xian also began to refine pills at the same time. Now that the two women were too weak, Yi Xian had no choice but to do his best to save them. As for other matters, he could only wait for the two women to wake up before he could ask them about it. Big brother, it's right in front. I've been observing for a few days now. There's a little guy hiding here and hunting for origin beasts, but I'm not strong enough, so I didn't bother with him. Now that big brother is here, that guy can forget about escaping from our grasp. Of course, but have you confirmed his identity? It won't be good if we offend the younger generation of some big family. Big brother, your joke isn't funny at all. Are you afraid of offending some big family? Ha, you're good with words, kid. That's right. The 7 absolutes and 3 demons are not just for fun. Second brother, third brother, the two of you surround him. I won't complain about having too many origin divine crystals. Who cares who he is, we'll talk after we snatch it. Yes, big brother. You can rest assured with me in charge. How could we possibly let the prey that the 3 demons have set their eyes on escape? The 3 of them moved quickly, and they had actually prepared a seal. The 3 of them quickly rushed to Yi Xian's location and immediately set up a seal. Chapter 2551. Attack of the 3 Fiends. Although the 3 Fiends were not afraid of anyone, they were still prepared and would not provoke a powerful enemy. After all, although they said that they were not afraid, their own strength was only average. The 3 of them were only lower-level divine emperors. How could they not be afraid of anyone when they were merely lower-level divine emperors? However, Yi Xian was very clear about their every move. It could be said that Yi Xian already knew from the moment the 3 of them started to surround Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian simply did not have the time to pay attention to them. Fian and Mi Li were still unconscious. This made Yi Xian very worried. The 2 women had crossed the god realm to chase him here. Yi Xian would be lying if he said he was not moved. Last time, Yi Xian had gone berserk and all the resources had been devoured by the system. However, after such a short time, the ancient zither space had enough resources to refine some pills. As time passed, the 3 people were getting closer and closer to Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he did not go out now, he would not be able to do anything. No matter how strong the 3 people were, Yi Xian could only face them head-on. After all, behind Yi Xian, the 2 women had no ability to resist. Divine Flower Sword Servants, protect them. Yi Xian summoned the Divine Flower Sword Servants to protect the 2 women. As for himself, he was already on the move. That's strange. Why hasn't that person moved yet? Could it be that he hasn't discovered us? That doesn't make sense. Boss, why don't I use my divine sense to check? The person who led the 3 fiends to Yi Xian said to the leader of the 3 fiends. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a ray of light suddenly attack him. The power contained in that ray of light was enormous. Most importantly, it was a divine sense attack. The person was so frightened that his expression changed drastically. He immediately tried to defend himself. However, this was a divine sense attack. Without any preparation, how could he defend against it? It was silent, as if nothing had happened. However, the person who had led the way had already fallen to the ground. Yi Xian had already discovered this guy 2 days ago. However, he was only a mere 2nd-grade inferior celestial emperor, so Yi Xian didn't take him seriously at all. He only thought that this guy was just looking for an opportunity to kill an origin beast. Who would have thought that this person's target was him? Therefore, there was no way Yi Xian would let him stay. Obviously, the other three were also helpers that this guy had found. Yi Xian had long known that he would not be able to avoid being robbed in the process of hunting beasts. However, he did not expect that it would come so quickly. He also did not expect that the first person to make a move on him would be a mere lower second-grade divine emperor. This time, Yi Xian was using spiritual sense devouring. As his cultivation base increased, many techniques and equipment could no longer keep up with Yi Xian's usage. Spiritual sense devouring was no exception. However, Yi Xian could still use it when necessary. Not long ago, Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of faith points. It could be said that this had skyrocketed. Although Yi Xian did not know what had happened, since he had obtained faith points, it was not impossible for him to obtain devouring points or eternal points. This time, Yi Xian had suddenly made a move. He had already decided to kill this guy in one strike. Of course, he would not really kill this guy. He would just use spiritual sense control to temporarily control this guy. Yi Xian did not need much time, because this guy was only useful for one strike to Yi Xian. Spiritual sense control was to temporarily control this guy, but it wouldn't take his life. At this moment, this guy had fallen to the ground because of Yi Xian's order. Yi Xian wanted to deal a fatal blow to the leader of the three demons. The leader of the three demons looked at his fallen comrade, but there was no difference in his eyes. It was as if he was just a passerby who had fallen in front of him. Boy, I didn't expect that a mere hierarch realm would be able to mix into the hunting team. You're really something. Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, in front of absolute strength, your little tricks are useless. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. Leave behind your interspatial ring and all your treasures, then get lost immediately. I won't be bothered to kill you. Killing a mere hierarch realm expert like you is simply a waste of time. What an arrogant tone. This guy actually did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. System, detect this guy's strength. Ding. System notification. Target, lower grade 6 Divine Emperor. Lower grade 6 Divine Emperor. He was higher than Yi Xian by a whole 6 grades. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He did have the right to be arrogant. Yi Xian did have a lot of tricks up his sleeves, but even so, it was extremely difficult to kill him. Even a slight mistake could lead to certain death. Moreover, this was Yi Xian. If it was any other peak grade 9 upper hierarch realm expert, it would be impossible for them to kill a lower grade 6 divine emperor expert even if they had the title of supremacy. Yi Xian looked at this person as he pondered in his heart. Just what should he do to have a complete plan? The lower grade 2 divine emperor lying on the ground was Yi Xian's backup plan. However, it was extremely difficult for a lower grade 2 divine emperor to achieve great results even if it was a sneak attack. It could be said that Yi Xian was facing an extremely difficult choice this time. Moreover, this choice did not give Yi Xian too much time to think about it. After all, the other two had already surrounded him. He could not care so much. The leader of the three demons was the strongest among the three. If Yi Xian could kill him quickly, he might be able to avoid a battle with the other two. Now, Yi Xian did not have the time to think about it. He had to act when it was time. True 6 syllables, wound. Suddenly, Yi Xian launched an attack. That guy did not put Yi Xian in his eyes at this moment. This was Yi Xian's best chance, or even his only chance. Along with the true 6 syllables, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and launched an attack. At the same time, the divine bow in Yi Xian's hand and the divine wood sword servants that were suddenly summoned launched an attack. Eternal Night Domain. Absolute Zero. All of Yi Xian's techniques were unleashed. At the same time, Yi Xian also rushed towards that guy. Yi Xian could only hope that the god-slaying sword would be able to kill in one hit. Of course, along with Yi Xian's attack, the lower grade 2 divine emperor on the ground also jumped up and launched a fatal attack. Chapter 2552. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' every trick in the book. A drop of purple blood appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It could be said that Yi Xian had used all the tricks he could. Boom. A torrential storm of attacks poured out in the blink of an eye. The boss of the three demons didn't even have the chance to react. Absolute zero froze that person for a moment, but it was in that moment that all the attacks arrived at the same time. After the god-slaying sword activated the unification sword, it automatically returned to Yi Xian's hand. At the same time, Yi Xian unleashed 7 consecutive deity-vanquishing slashes. The Law Divine Bao's Law Divine Arrow arrived almost at the same time as the deity-vanquishing slash. One of the Law Divine Arrow had purple blood on it. The last one to arrive was the person controlled by Yi Xian. However, his attack was also the most powerful. This was because he had detonated himself and used all of his cultivation to attack the boss of the three evils. All the attacks were completed in the blink of an eye. The leader did not even make a sound before he was surrounded by violent power. Boom! Another incomparably loud explosion sounded out. However, this time, the range of the explosion was extremely small. Yi Xian knew that it was the attack of that fellow at the second-rank Divine Emperor realm who had exploded. When all the power was concentrated at one point, the power could only be described as terrifying. Yi Xian frowned. He was waiting for the result. He had used all his tricks and launched his strongest attack. Would it be effective? Yi Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. It was the sound of someone vomiting blood. However, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Since the leader of the three demons was still vomiting blood, it meant that such a powerful attack, and a sneak attack at that, had not killed him. Die for me! Yi Xian did not dare hesitate. The god-slaying sword returned to Yi Xian's hand, and Yi Xian attacked again. Yi Xian seemed to have gone crazy. The god-slaying sword in his hand slashed down again and again. Leader! Damned bastard, you actually dared to sneak attack the boss. Behind him, the voices of the two people could be heard. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing the boss of the three demons of the lower grade 6 celestial god realm. Yi Xian did not know what the system was saying after that, because when Yi Xian took this guy's Qian Kun ring, he quickly activated infinite teleportation and escaped far away. The two of them didn't know what was going on with their boss, so they didn't attack Yi Xian. Instead, they quickly went to their boss's side. However, when they arrived at the boss's side, their expressions changed drastically. Boss is dead. The leader of the three demons, who was 6 ranks higher than Yi Xian, had actually died just like that. In fact, as soon as they appeared, they were killed by Yi Xian. A great sense of fear instantly engulfed the two of them. Was that guy really a Hierarch realm brat? Why was he able to kill their boss? One should know that he was just an Hierarch realm brat, but he couldn't even break through their boss's defense. Why was he able to do it? The two of them were extremely frightened and even put on a defensive posture. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. It wasn't impossible to kill someone who was 2 or 3 ranks higher than oneself if one had a powerful treasure or divine ability. It was indeed a common occurrence to kill someone who was 2 or 3 ranks higher than oneself. However, this time, it was a full 6 ranks higher. What kind of heaven-defying technique did this guy have to be able to kill their boss who was 6 ranks higher than him? The two of them couldn't help but think so. They raised their heads and looked at Yi Xian, who was still on alert and unconcerned. The two of them actually felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Xian's cultivation level was clearly lower than theirs, but they felt that even if they joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to kill Yi Xian. Second brother and third brother looked at each other. Then, without any hesitation, they fled into the distance. They ran away. Yi Xian only let out a sigh of relief when the two of them retreated. However, at the same time, Yi Xian also had to run away. Although the battle just now was extreme, the shockwaves from the battle were enough to attract the attention of the surrounding origin beasts. Once discovered by the origin beasts, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have a chance to escape. Yi Xian directly took Mi Li and Fian and ran away in the opposite direction of where the three of them had escaped. It could be said that Fian and Mi Li's arrival had directly disrupted Yi Xian's plan. Yi Xian originally wanted to look for an opportunity to make a huge profit from this hunt to increase his strength and speed up the system's restoration process. However, with Mi Li and Fian's appearance, Yi Xian had no choice but to consider whether he should push them out earlier. At this moment, the two women had already fallen unconscious. Yi Xian didn't even know how long they would be unconscious. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't possibly bring the two of them with him to battle. However, if Yi Xian left earlier, he was afraid that he would attract the city lord's attention. Once the city lord discovered Mi Li and Fian, the consequences wouldn't be something Yi Xian wanted to see. Helpless, Yi Xian could only continue to stay here. Yi Xian kept running towards the edge of the region. Yi Xian had to reach the edge of the region to have a chance to protect himself, Mi Li and Fian. After all, the battles in the central region were extremely intense. People were hunting origin beasts and snatching resources from each other. Everyone had already gone crazy for the sake of origin divine crystals. This was especially true for those who entered later. Some of them even formed small teams and didn't hunt origin beasts at all. Instead, they hunted other people. In their minds, the first batch of people who entered had undoubtedly already obtained some origin divine crystals. If they could hunt a few more people who entered first, they would undoubtedly make a huge profit. Therefore, many people gave up on hunting origin beasts and started to target other people instead. Of course, since these people who entered first had the qualifications to enter first, they definitely had some special methods. Therefore, it was really hard to say who would win if a battle broke out. Fortunately, Yi Xian was already far away from that troublesome place. No matter how intense the battle in the central region was, Yi Xian wouldn't pay attention to it. Right now, Yi Xian was only thinking about how to protect Mi Qi and Fian. However, even if Yi Xian hid in a convenient area, it didn't mean that no one would come looking for trouble with him. Chapter 25:53. Someone pays a visit. Since Yi Xian could think of a place further away from the battle, why couldn't the others think of it as well? This way, those who were weaker in power would flee to the edge of the battle once they obtained some benefits and wait for the hunt to end before escaping. Following that, those who weren't too strong but had some strength would form teams to search for those who were hiding in the edge of the battle. All for the sake of obtaining the origin divine crystal. Yi Xian hadn't miscalculated, but because he had never been to this hunting ground before. Therefore, Yi Xian followed his usual routine of searching for treasures to look at this beast hunting trip. In the past, when searching for treasures, everyone was competing for one or several treasures. Therefore, they would gather at the places where treasures appeared and fight. However, hunting beasts were different. Hunting beasts were hunting origin beasts. Origin beasts were living creatures. Furthermore, they possessed intelligence. Therefore, strictly speaking, there was no such thing as a safe zone that was far away from the center. It was only slightly better. Yi Xian brought Mi Qi and Fian to hide in a certain place in the east and even set up a series of restrictions. According to Yi Xian's plan, they would wait for the hunt to end and then leave. Of course, if an origin beast passed by, Yi Xian wouldn't mind killing it. After all, Mi Li and Fian had used special abilities and consumed a lot of essence blood to be transported to the origin mystic realm. It could be said that they were lucky not to have died, so they naturally fell into a weakened state. It could be said that they had been in a comatose state ever since they saw Yi Xian. Fortunately, their condition had stabilized, so Yi Xian didn't have to worry too much. As time passed, Yi Xian originally thought that he could wait until the hunt was over and then leave. However, one day the restrictions suddenly gave off a warning. Yi Xian's divine telekinesis sensed it. No, this isn't an origin beast's way of attacking. This is a divine telekinesis test. After all, the two girls were by his side, so Yi Xian had set up a complete set of restrictions in this area, including a special restriction that prevented divine telekinesis from probing. The general function of the restriction was to direct the divine telekinesis of those who were inspecting this area to another place, turning this area into a blind spot. However, no matter how subtle the restriction was, there were still people who could detect the abnormality. At this moment, a few people noticed the abnormality. I say, Brother Lin, aren't you overthinking it? We've already checked this area and found nothing out of the ordinary. Why did you come back? No, there's something strange here. Lin Tianjue was one of the genius-level gang members in the Azure Dragon gang. He had even been taken in as a foster son by the Azure Dragon Gang's leader. He was deeply trusted by the Azure Dragon Gang's leader, and many people believed that he could be of help to the next generation. Lin Tianjue's talent didn't lie in cultivation or any special mystique, but in his spiritual will. According to him, he came from the primeval mystic realm. Primeval, 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 and primeval. There were 3 special periods. Everyone knew that the primeval mystic realm was the era of the primeval mystic realm. Because of the Great War in the primeval mystic realm, there was a natural barrier between the primeval mystic realms. However, there was still the primeval mystic realm. It could be said that the cultivation of the primeval mystic realm was deteriorating. Some people said that it was because the power of the bloodline was being diluted due to the lack of inheritance. Others said that it was because the inheritance of the primeval mystic realm was being cut off. Yi Xian felt that perhaps it was both. The primeval mystic realm was an era that was even older than the primeval mystic realm. It was about 50 million years ago. As for the primordial era, that was the era of creation, because the primordial era was 100 million years ago. It could be said that no matter whether it was the divine realm continent or the various secret realms, there were no rumors about the primordial era left behind. When Lin Tianjue said that he came from the primeval mystic realm, many people just snorted. What did the primeval mystic realm mean? Didn't that mean that it had existed for at least 100 million years? Perhaps such a mystic realm did exist, but it was impossible for a mystic realm that was said to have existed for more than 100 million years without being discovered by anyone and leaving no records behind. Therefore, everyone felt that Lin Tianjue was just bragging about himself. However, this guy did indeed possess an extremely powerful talent. In the Azure Dragon Gang, he had a very high position. Therefore, no matter what he said, no one would refute him. At this time, Lin Tianjue was leading a group of Azure Dragon Gang members to surround the mystic realms set up by Yi Xian. His terrifying and strange divine consciousness had already spread out to explore. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This guy's divine consciousness was really strange. If it were anyone else, they would immediately be repelled by Yi Xian's restriction and would unknowingly look elsewhere. However, Lin Tianjue's divine consciousness seemed to have some kind of stickiness. No matter what it came into contact with, it would leave behind a trace of its aura. Therefore, even if the restriction repelled his divine consciousness, it was completely useless. After all, this guy's divine consciousness had already left behind a trace and would naturally be detected. Lin Tianjue was very puzzled. He had always been very proud of his divine consciousness, but today's situation was a little beyond his expectations. After another round of probing, Lin Tianjue's temper flared. I don't believe it. There's definitely something strange here. I want to see what exactly it is. Lin Tianjue suddenly unsheathed his divine weapon. At this moment, there was a huge mountain in front of him. This mountain directly blocked Lin Tianjue's path forward. To be precise, as long as Lin Tianjue flew over this mountain, nothing would happen. However, he just stared at this mountain and refused to let it go. The God-Slayer had already flown up, ready to strike at any moment. This was because there was indeed no mountain in this place. This so-called mountain was just a realistic illusion created by Yi Xian using a combination of restrictions, divine talismans, and array formations. This illusion didn't just look real. It actually existed in the first place. Yi Xian had used a teleportation array formation to set up a teleportation line around his location. As long as anyone crossed the line, they would be immediately teleported away. The place where he would appear was exactly where the mountain was. This was because the mountain wasn't far behind Yi Xian. To put it simply, Yi Xian had used a teleportation array formation to isolate his location. As long as someone passed by this place, the array formation would activate and cause them to unknowingly travel a distance, just enough to avoid Yi Xian's location. Of course, this was the function of the array formation. Yi Xian had also used restrictions to block divine consciousness detection. This was something that everyone knew. Chapter 2554. Special Divine Will. At this moment, Yi Xian was silently looking outside. He knew that once Lin Tianjue and the others made a move, his illusory reality would be over. Yi Xian was waiting for those people to give up. After all, it wasn't necessary. Yi Xian still didn't want to fight. He just wanted to smoothly wait for the Thunder Beast to end and then leave with Mi Qi and Fian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's hopes didn't come true. Boom! There was a loud bang and a dazzling light appeared. Lin Tianjue had finally launched his attack. Seeing this light, how could the Azure Dragon gang not understand that something was wrong? They all frowned. Of course, Yi Xian was even angrier than them. You forced me to do this, so don't blame me for being merciless. You could have passed through here and nothing would have happened, but you just had to come here and seek death. Yi Xian looked at them and said calmly, "Who's talking? Who's playing the devil?" In an instant, the Azure Dragon gang heard Yi Xian's voice. However, by the time they heard it, Yi Xian had already activated. System: activate the special mystique of the Wings of the Gods, Ragnarok duplication. The Wings of the Gods was an item that had been eliminated by Yi Xian a long time ago. However, this item had managed to escape when the system had devoured it crazily the last time. Almost everything in Yi Xian's yin and yang ring had been devoured by the system, but this mere Wings of the Gods had been left behind. It was unknown whether the system hadn't taken a fancy to it because its quality was too low, or if it had been lucky enough to leave it behind. However, Yi Xian didn't have any treasures that he could use now, so he had even taken out the Wings of the Gods. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared. These figures were all gods that had fallen long ago. Some were from the Kunlun god domain, while others were from the demon god domain. Of course, these figures didn't have much fighting power. The reason Yi Xian had released them was just to confuse these people. Sure enough, when they saw so many figures suddenly appear, the Azure Dragon gang members were also startled. After all, this was a beast hunting zone. Everyone who entered was a powerhouse. Apart from them, there was no one else here. Hence, they instinctively thought that others had come. Moreover, there were hundreds of people. How could they not be shocked? While they were still in shock, Yi Xian activated the Wings of the Gods' strongest attack. Rage of the Gods. Rage of the Gods. It could allow Yi Xian to condense the power of the Wings of the Gods and launch an absolutely powerful attack. If this attack was used on its own, the highest explosive effect would be equivalent to 10,000 times that of Yi Xian's normal attack. If used in groups, it could attack 10,000 targets at the same time. Back then, Yi Xian didn't even have the chance to use this skill. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was because the original Yi Xian didn't have that much divine wing energy. Later on, Yi Xian was able to gather the power, but he didn't need it anymore. Over time, he forgot about it. If not for the fact that this was the only thing left after the system devoured, even Yi Xian would have forgotten about such a powerful mystique. Of course, to activate it, the god of the gods consumed a lot of energy. It could be said that Yi Xian could only activate it once. Once it was activated, Yi Xian could only say that he had completely given up on the Wings of the Gods. This was because the attack now was a nomological attack. So what if it was 10,000 times stronger than a normal attack? Of course, with the intention of scheming against the unsuspecting, the activation this time might have a certain effect. Following Yi Xian's command, an extremely powerful light erupted from Yi Xian's body. These rays of light quickly gathered and then attacked those people at the same time. The effect of a critical hit was immediately activated. A series of explosions rang out. Smoke and dust filled the air. In an instant, the position of the Green Dragon gang was in the middle of an absolute attack. Yi Xian understood that once those people formed their nomological shields, the effect of this attack wouldn't be ideal. Hence, Yi Xian had to use other means of attack in order to deal a fatal blow. Eternal Night Domain. Absolute Zero. God-slaying sword, attack. Yi Xian attacked with all his might without hesitation. After Yi Xian launched all his attacks, he could only wait for the result. Of course, this wait was only for a moment. Unfortunately, the final result wasn't as perfect as Yi Xian had imagined. It could even be said that it wasn't ideal at all. Several rays of light appeared at the same time. The Green Dragon gang members had already scattered in all directions. Trying to rely on normal attacks to deal with the nomological shields was simply a pipe dream. Even if it was 1,000,000 times stronger, the effect wouldn't be ideal. It's actually an illusion. The Green Dragon Gang members had clearly endured Yi Xian's continuous attacks, but they acted as if nothing had happened. They even had the mood to discuss the authenticity of the illusions around them. Kid, I didn't expect that you would have so many tricks up your sleeve despite being so weak. You've successfully deceived us. The price for this seat is that we'll take your life right now. Lin Tianjue said indifferently. He had indeed been scared out of his wits just now. He had thought that he had provoked a super strong person, or rather, an extremely powerful force. Who would have known that all this was just an illusion? Yi Xian's attack was just that weak. This made Lin Tianjue feel extremely embarrassed. Naturally, he wouldn't treat Yi Xian nicely. Yi Xian frowned slightly. All his attacks had failed. This was a result that Yi Xian hadn't expected. Moreover, whether he was willing to accept it or not, it was already the truth. It seemed that Yi Xian had to use the eternal domain. One had to know that the system had already indicated that Yi Xian only had one chance to use the eternal domain before he fully recovered. Logically speaking, Yi Xian shouldn't use it now. After all, although Yi Xian didn't have the strength to kill his enemies, he could still escape. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's ability to escape and whether or not he could escape were two completely different matters. Mi Li and Fian were behind Yi Xian. What if Yi Xian escaped now? Yi Xian didn't dare to think about the consequences. Since that was the case, he could only use the eternal domain. Eternal domain. In an instant, a domain appeared with Yi Xian as the center. The eternal domain required eternal points to activate. Once activated, Yi Xian could set up a special domain around himself. Within this domain, all of Yi Xian's attributes, including his realm, would be increased by 100 times. 100 times was a concept. In other words, within the eternal domain, Yi Xian already had the strength to challenge a 9th-grade celestial arch. Chapter 2555. Chapter 2555. Chapter 2555. The shock of 3 punches. Humph. Domain power? Brat, do you think that you can defeat us? Lin Tianjue smiled smugly. Due to the difference in strength, Lin Tianjue had been able to see through Yi Xian's cultivation base with a single glance. In his eyes, it was impossible for Yi Xian to go against them. Go. Capture that brat for me. I want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Although Yi Xian's series of attacks did not cause much damage to them, they were still covered in dirt. Therefore, Lin Tianjue was very angry. However, even though he was angry, he couldn't be bothered to make a move against Yi Xian. In his opinion, Yi Xian's strength wasn't enough for him to personally make a move. Therefore, Lin Tianjue directly ordered a member of the Azure Dragon Gang to make a move. Yes, young master. That person nodded and then slowly walked towards Yi Xian. In his heart, he didn't really care about Yi Xian. In his mind, taking down Yi Xian was a piece of cake. Kid, surrender obediently and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer. That person said to Yi Xian. In fact, he even looked like he was looking out for Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He actually dared to be so arrogant in his own eternal domain. In that case, Yi Xian would like to see what kind of expression this fellow would have. Yi Xian stood there motionless. Even the God-Slayer had returned to Yi Xian's side. It looked like it had given up on defending itself. The Azure Dragon Gang member smiled and said, "That's more like it. Little guy, don't worry. I'll ask the young master to let you die a quick death." As he spoke, the Azure Dragon Gang member walked towards Yi Xian. In his hand, a faint light began to condense. Yi Xian knew that this was the power of law. However, Yi Xian still did not move and allowed the man to walk to his side. The man from the Azure Dragon Gang was extremely pleased with himself. In his mind, he had scared Yi Xian so much that he didn't dare to make a move. This was undoubtedly a very honorable thing to do. However, when he reached out to grab Yi Xian also reached out at the same time. The two hands collided in midair, and the light of the principle shrouded one hand. It was the Azure Dragon Gang member. As for the other hand, there was no change at all. It was as if it was completely defenseless. It would even make people wonder if the hand, which was not supported by the power of laws, would immediately be obliterated upon contact. However, would the result really be like this? At this moment, the Azure Dragon gang seemed to be certain that Yi Xian would be captured easily. Therefore, no one put up any defenses. They all looked at Yi Xian with ease. In their eyes, perhaps Yi Xian was just a passerby, an ant. However, what happened next stunned all of them. It could even be said that they were scared out of their wits. This was because when Yi Xian touched the Azure Dragon gang member's hand, it wasn't the Azure Dragon gang member who grabbed Yi Xian. Instead, it was Yi Xian who grabbed the Azure Dragon gang member's hand very casually. Then there was a punch. It was just a punch. It was such a direct punch without any fancy moves. However, when that punch was thrown, the air suddenly shook. Then, the Azure Dragon gang member lost all movement. Everyone knew that his godhead had been shattered. How was that possible? No one believed their own eyes because the scene they were witnessing right now was simply too bizarre and too terrifying. One punch. Just one punch. An expert was killed so casually. One had to know that Yi Xian's strength was only at the ultimate god realm. Even if he was a peak grade 9 upper-level ultimate god, how could he kill an emperor god expert so easily? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or had the world changed? Why was this happening? Lin Tianjue's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold before him in disbelief. What had just happened had defied everything they knew. Even if you are strong, the difference in cultivation level is obvious. A mere ultimate god expert could kill an expert who was about to enter the mid-grade emperor god realm. But no matter how he looked at it, it was so terrifying and unbelievable. This wasn't an illusion. It was real. Regarding this, Lin Tianjue had no choice but to accept it even if he didn't want to. Her subordinate was really defeated. Moreover, it was a complete defeat. It was just one punch. It was just one punch. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the other Azure Dragon gang members. His voice suddenly changed. When he reappeared, he was already beside another Azure Dragon gang member. "You can go to hell now," Yi Xian said indifferently. At the same time, he swung his fist. Yet another punch, yet another simple punch. However, this member of the Azure Dragon gang was killed again. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Too strong, really too strong. Someone was frightened out of his wits and tried to escape. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance because at the same time he moved, Yi Xian moved and appeared in front of him in an instant. Like pinching a chicken, Yi Xian grabbed the man's neck and fixed him in place. "Want to run? Why did you only think of running now? It's too late." Hong, another fist struck out, and another elite fell. Too terrifying. It was too terrifying. The remaining Azure Dragon gang members, including Lin Tianjue, were so frightened that they didn't even dare to move a muscle. Who was this guy? Why did he have such a powerful attack? He had killed 3 people with 3 punches. Moreover, they were all people who were stronger than him. This kind of situation was too strange and horrifying for them to die. Plop. It was the sound of someone kneeling on the ground. Yi Xian looked over and found that Lin Tianjue was actually kneeling on the ground. "Senior, I was blind to have disturbed you. I am willing to give you all my origin divine crystals. I only ask that you take my name." This was Lin Tianjue, who had boasted that he was the immemorial mystery realm's Lin Tianjue. He admitted defeat. No, not only did he admit defeat, but he was already in despair. Yi Xian's ability to kill 3 experts with 3 punches had completely convinced him. However, it was still the same. Wasn't it a little too late to surrender now? Yi Xian looked at that guy and said casually, "If I kill you, your Cosmos ring will also be mine. Why should I spare you? Did you think about sparing me just now?" Chapter 2556. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Leave. Senior, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare you." This time, it wasn't just Lin Tianjue who knelt down. Everyone from the Azure Dragon gang knelt down. Yi Xian had killed 3 of them with just 3 punches. This was enough to make them despair. They didn't even dare to imagine how powerful he was. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of letting them go. Yi Xian knew very well that if he let them go now, Yi Xian would be the one causing trouble for himself. Yi Xian believed that once these people returned, they would do everything they could to find him and kill him. Therefore, Yi Xian wouldn't give them such a chance. Die, all of you! Yi Xian moved. It was as if countless copies of Yi Xian had appeared at the same time. However, in reality, this was only because his movements were faster. In an instant, everyone from the Azure Dragon Gang, including Lin Tianjue, died. Then, the effects of the Eternal Territory finally ended. Yi Xian waved his hand casually and these people's Qiankun rings all fell into Yi Xian's hands. Then he devoured them. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through. Current cultivation level. Inferior rank 2 Celestial the Arch. He had finally broken through. These people had large amounts of origin divine crystals and other resources. Lin Tianjue in particular had a special status, so he had many good things in his Qiankun ring. Of course, this had turned into experience for Yi Xian and the system. Ding! System notification. Host has consecutively killed people of a higher cultivation level. You have obtained a special reward. 1 chance at the super lottery. Ding! System notification. Host has killed an ancient mystic realm bloodline and obtained this. This super lottery has been upgraded to the ancient grade. Ding! System notification. System energy is insufficient. This super lottery's quality has decreased. The continuous system notifications made Yi Xian feel very unsatisfied. This was because he had finally obtained a special chance at the super lottery. However, he hadn't expected that it would immediately decrease in quality. Even though Yi Xian was very clear that the reason for the drop in quality this time was due to the lack of energy in the system, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel depressed that something that was already in his hands had flown away just like that. Fortunately, even if the quality was lowered, it was still an ancient lottery draw. Yi Xian believed that he might be able to get something good. System, I want to use the ancient lottery. Ding! The host has used the ancient lottery. The reward is being randomly drawn. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a unique treasure, the Heart of Origin. Heart of Origin? What is this? Yi Xian quickly opened it to check. One had to know that this was an ancient lottery. Then, this Heart of Origin was probably not something simple. Heart of Origin. A special material that contains the power of law origin. This item was formed naturally. It appeared in the ancient era but also disappeared in the ancient era. It is said that obtaining this item will give one the opportunity to control law origin. Heart of Origin's special ability, law tracing. If the host integrates with the Heart of Origin, the host will have the ability to trace the origin of law origin. This ability will not directly provide the host with powerful abilities, but it will allow the host to obtain an extremely powerful comprehensive ability to comprehend law origin. Once the host possesses the Heart of Origin, the power of the origin will no longer be a secret. Furthermore, the host will have a higher chance of comprehending the origin of law origin and thus obtain the opportunity to control law origin. The legends of the ancient era were actually true. Was the Heart of Origin really possible? Yi Xian comprehended a powerful treasure that reversed the origin. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately integrated the Heart of Origin into his body. In an instant, Yi Xian had already sensed it. The most intuitive manifestation was that Yi Xian's comprehension of law origin became faster. Tracing the power of the origin of law origin was undoubtedly an excellent way to increase one's comprehension of law origin. At that moment, Yi Xian had obtained such an ability. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Although it didn't seem like Yi Xian's strength had improved much on the surface, Yi Xian was very clear about the value of this thing. No, he couldn't be called Yi Xian by himself anymore, because he had already integrated with Yi Xian's body. Once the Heart of Origin merged with Yi Xian, it was actually equivalent to giving Yi Xian an additional attribute. This attribute was the ability to trace the origin of law origin. Thus, Yi Xian would obtain the ability to control law origin. Many people wanted to obtain this Heart of Origin, but they couldn't. After all, the Heart of Origin had been lost for a long time. Now that Yi Xian had obtained this Heart of Origin through the system, what did it mean? It was an opportunity to control law origin. After killing these people from the Azure Dragon Gang, Yi Xian once again strengthened the restrictions he had set up. Fortunately, no one was able to see through Yi Xian's restrictions in the time that followed. After a month, the beast hunt was finally over. No one could stay there, as once the beast hunt was over, everyone would be forcibly teleported away. No matter where they were, they would automatically be ejected once the time was up. Originally, these special spaces where the beast hunt was held were very exclusive. It wasn't that the source beasts were exclusive, but that the mystic realms themselves were exclusive. The mystic realms where these source beasts lived had a very special characteristic. No one knew why, but everyone knew that there was no way to go against it. Every time the mystic realms opened, apart from the source beasts and source beasts, all other people and objects would be teleported away. Yi Xian waved his hand and Mi Li and Fian disappeared. Yi Xian knew that once he walked out of this place, he would definitely be monitored again. After leaving, they would naturally not be randomly teleported to a place that was too far away. Instead, they would return directly to the place they had entered. It wasn't until everyone came out that Yi Xian found out exactly how many people had died during this beast hunt. He was afraid that 1/3 of the people would stay there forever. Of course, the people who were able to come out were extremely excited. Hunting source beasts and obtaining origin divine crystals was something that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. However, as soon as Yi Xian appeared, he discovered that he had been locked onto by two spiritual senses at the same time. One of them was constantly monitoring Yi Xian, as if they were checking to see if Yi Xian had encountered anything after entering. Of course, Yi Xian knew that this spiritual sense belonged to the city lord. As for the other spiritual sense, Yi Xian did not know who it was. This spiritual sense contained a strong hostility. It could be said that if this wasn't a special place, that person would have already made a move. Naturally, that person was the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang. Chapter 2557. Translator, Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, but he did not show any unusual reaction. The city lord was paying attention to him because he was observing his performance. However, Yi Xian did not show any reaction this time. As for the 10 origin divine crystals, even Yi Xian did not take them out. Of course, it was not that Yi Xian could not take them out, but that he did not want to. Although the 10 origin divine crystals did not sound like a lot, it was very important to Yi Xian. He had enough reasons to refuse to pay, so he was not afraid of anything. Please pay your origin divine crystals. As soon as Yi Xian walked to the exit, an expert from the city lord mansion spoke to Yi Xian. Activating the beast hunting zone was not a simple matter, and it required a lot of resources. Of course, 10 origin divine crystals per person was definitely a profit. Yi Xian looked at the expert and only took out 3 origin divine crystals. He then said, "I did not gain anything from this beast hunting zone. This is all I have." What? The expert widened his eyes. In the past, there were people who tried to steal the 10 origin divine crystals, but they all ended up in a miserable state. Since he was in charge of collecting the origin divine crystals, he would naturally be in charge of suppressing such people who did not know their place. At this moment, the expert was enraged and was about to attack. However, a voice rang out. "Oh, you're saying that you only obtained 3 origin divine crystals this time? Is there a reason? This time, you are the only one who has the priority to enter the godly venerable realm beast hunting zone. Don't tell me you don't even have the ability to kill an origin beast?" City Lord. The crowd parted to form a path. It turned out that the city lord had walked over. Yi Xian already had enough excuses, so at this moment he said, "City Lord, please enlighten me. It is not that I don't have the ability to kill an origin beast, but in the beast hunting zone, there are many people who want to steal it. Moreover, I did not enter the godly venerable realm beast hunting zone, but the godly emperor realm beast hunting zone." Godly emperor realm beast hunting zone? Perhaps these words did not sound like much, but many people's expressions changed drastically. This was because they knew very well that Yi Xian was assigned to the hierarch realm beast hunting area. This meant that Yi Xian hadn't broken through to the divine emperor realm yet. However, such a little guy was able to survive in the divine emperor realm beast hunting area. This was already an incredible feat. What's more, Yi Xian had said that he was constantly being robbed. In other words, he had fought with god emperors more than once, and not only was he fine, he had even come out alive. Fighting above his level, yet he didn't suffer any losses. With such strength, who wouldn't look up to him? You said you didn't enter the hierarch realm area? The city lord frowned slightly. In fact, he had arranged for Yi Xian to enter the divine venerable realm beast hunting area alone as a special favor for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't enter? He couldn't help but suspect that someone under his command was deliberately targeting Yi Xian. At this moment, one of the divine emperor realm beast hunters from the city lord manor walked up to the city lord and whispered a few words to him. Suddenly, the city lord's gaze turned to a spot in the distance. That was where the Azure Dragon Gang leader was. It turned out that Yi Xian didn't know that some people had seen his battle with the Azure Dragon Gang. However, they had been hunting at that time, so naturally, no one cared. Now that they were out, there was no need to hide anything. The Azure Dragon Gang leader frowned slightly. He didn't understand why the city lord would suddenly look at him like that. Although he did sense that it was Yi Xian who had killed his adopted son, he couldn't be sure because Yi Xian's strength was too weak. Instead, the city lord's glance made him certain that it was Yi Xian who had done it. Damned brat! What method did you use to kill my adopted son? The Azure Dragon Gang leader wondered silently. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't say anything. After all, he still had to give face to the city lord. However, in his heart, he had already given Yi Xian the order to kill him. After all, Lin Tianjue was his most favored adopted son. It could be said that he had designated him as his future successor. However, he had never imagined that he would actually die at the hands of this little brat. However, there was another reason why the Azure Dragon Gang leader didn't make a move. He suspected that this matter might have been ordered by the city lord himself. In the Azure Dragon Gang leader's opinion, given Yi Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to kill Lin Tianjue. Furthermore, Lin Tianjue hadn't been the only one who had entered the hunting ground. Now that Lin Tianjue had fallen, the Azure Dragon Gang leader couldn't help but suspect that this was the city lord's arrangement. The Azure Dragon Gang's influence was growing. Although it wasn't enough to threaten the city lord manor's position, it wasn't that far off. After all, he already had the qualifications to sit on equal footing with the city lord. Could it be that the city lord wasn't willing to see the Azure Dragon Gang grow, so he had deliberately arranged for someone to kill Lin Tianjue? The Azure Dragon Gang leader couldn't help but think this way. After all, anything could happen in the face of benefits. Furthermore, he didn't have much of a friendship with the city lord. When the city lord heard about Yi Xian's actions, he didn't blame him in the slightest. Instead, he was very happy. Being able to enter the celestial arch hunting ground with the strength of a mere godly venerate and walk out unscathed was already a testament to Yi Xian's potential. Furthermore, this fellow had even killed his opponent. Given his status and strength, he naturally wouldn't care who Yi Xian had killed. After listening to that person's report, the city lord laughed out loud and said loudly, "So that's how it is. It seems like there really was a transmission error. In that case, you didn't violate the rules by not paying the origin divine crystals this time. Alright, this matter ends here. You may leave now." Yi Xian didn't say much and directly walked towards his residence. After all, Yi Xian had more important things to do. As for why Yi Xian didn't say that he had entered the celestial arch hunting ground from the godly venerate realm, it was because Yi Xian didn't think it was necessary. In fact, Yi Xian even thought that the city lord manor was aware of this matter. Yi Xian quickly returned to his residence. Then he used the excuse of secluded cultivation as an excuse to set up restrictions around his residence. Of course, this time, Yi Xian even removed those hidden surveillance restrictions. Because of Mi Yan and Fian, Yi Xian didn't want anyone to know about their existence. At this moment, the two ladies had yet to recover. Yi Xian couldn't help but worry. Where should he arrange for the two ladies? His Yi residence was naturally the most unsuitable place. After all, this place was constantly under surveillance. Then, should they go to Luo Luo's place? That wasn't suitable either. Once Luo Luo was discovered by the city lord manor, it would be even more troublesome. After all, Mi Yen and Fian were relatively stronger. Even if they were discovered, it wouldn't cause any concern. However, Luo Luo was different. Chapter 2558. Awakening. How should Yixian choose? This question stumped Yixian for a while. But just as Yixian was thinking, Fian woke up first. After all, this forced teleportation was arranged by Fian, and Mi Shui was constantly providing energy during the journey. Therefore, Fian woke up first. Fian opened her eyes in confusion. It could be said that only they knew what they had encountered along the way. In Yi Xian's time, this forced teleportation was only a few days. However, Fian and Mi Shui had actually experienced hundreds of years. The ratio of time in the teleportation was completely different from the ratio of time in the outside world. These hundreds of years were dry, boring, and extremely dangerous. It could be said that they almost got lost in the teleportation several times. There were also countless times when Fian wanted to give up. Teleportation required a continuous supply of divine power and power of laws from afar. During the teleportation process, they could suffer all kinds of hardships at any time. They had encountered a storm of void laws that completely tore their bodies into pieces, and then were glued back together by the power of the formation. They had encountered attacks from strange void beasts that hid in the void and specialized in devouring souls. The power of the formation protected them, and that kind of helplessness and pain of the soul being pulled by two forces was not something that people who had never experienced before could imagine. Of course, the most important thing was the feeling of despair and emptiness. The two of them took turns to preside over the formation, because after all, if they did not rest, they would not be able to hold on at all, even if the formation had enough energy to support it. The kind of loneliness that could only see the endless void and the strange light of laws for decades, and could only silently inject divine power into one person to drive the formation was not something that ordinary people could endure. It could even be said that until now, Fian had not subconsciously activated her divine power. A gentle divine power was directly emitted from Fian's body, and there was only stupefaction in Fian's eyes. Fian, wake up, wake up. Yi Xian naturally knew what Fian's situation was now, so he hurriedly tried to wake her up. At this moment, Yi Xian could not use any external force to disturb Fian at all. Because Fian's current situation was called soulless. The so-called soulless state referred to a special state in which a person chose to seal off their divine sense due to some kind of stimulus in order to escape from reality. In this state, that person's divine sense and soul strength were extremely unstable. It was like a cloud of smoke. If any external force touched it lightly, it would completely disappear. Fortunately, Yi Xian still remembered that when the two women appeared, they had called out his name before fainting. Therefore, their soulless state was just a facade. It was just an instinctive act of self-protection. One had to know that truly losing one's soul was something that could not be saved by any means. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian did not dare to use any external force to stimulate Fei Yan. He could only summon Fei Yan. Even if he did so, he did not dare to use a trace of anyone's divine sense. He could only summon Fei Yan in the most ordinary way. Fei Yan, wake up, I'm Yi Xian. You're already by my side, Yi Xian kept calling. Finally, Fei Yan reacted. Fei Yan stared blankly at Yi Xian, using her pair of unfocused eyes to look in Yi Xian's direction. Slowly, Fei Yan's eyes began to focus. Young master, finally, Fei Yan opened her mouth and shouted. And this shout made Yi Xian completely relax in an instant. Fei Yan finally recovered. Young master, it's really you. We're finally here. Suddenly, Fei Yan threw herself onto Yi Xian's body. Tears kept flashing in her eyes. For hundreds of years, the only thing that supported Fei Yan and Mi Mu was the belief that they could find Yi Xian. It could be said that if it were not for this belief, they would have been lost long ago. The world of nothingness was not something that could be imagined by the outside world. The loneliness there was simply unimaginable. In the outside world, it was still bearable to go into seclusion for thousands of years. But in the nothingness, even a single day was so unbearable, because there was no time, no space, there was nothing there. There was only nothingness. Even if they occasionally encountered the aura of laws, it was incomparably chaotic. Just as Fei Yan hugged Yi Xian and cried, Yi Xian moved his mind and felt another person pounce on him. Mi Mu had also woken up. Mi Mu's hug stunned Yi Xian. After all, Mi Mu was the divine master of the Kunlun god domain. Yi Xian could only look up to Mi Mu when he was in the god realm. It could even be said that without Mi Mu, Yi Xian would not have reached where he was today. Yi Xian respected Mi Mu more than anything else. But now, Mi Mu's hug seemed to have made Yi Xian understand something, but it was not very clear. It could be said that Yi Xian had never thought that anything could happen between him and Mi Mu. Although Yi Xian did not fear Mi Mu when he was in the Kunlun god domain, Mi Mu had been the high and mighty divine master ever since Yi Xian came to the Kunlun god domain. So, no matter how one looked at it, perhaps it was impossible for Mi Mu and Yi Xian to be together. However, this was something that seemed to have no chance at all. But now, it had happened regardless of whether Yi Xian believed it or not. His eyes widened. Mi Mu's hug did not need any explanation. Mi Mu and Fei Yan had gone through many dangers to find Yi Xian. Some things did not need to be explained. Perhaps, Fei Yan had come to find Yi Xian because of Fei Yu's corpse in Yi Xian's devouring space. But what about Mi Mu? Other than love, there was nothing else. Yi Xian stared blankly at Mi Mu. There was no need to say anything else. The three began to talk about their experiences during this period of time. Yi Xian could not find any words to describe how Mi Mu and Fei Yan had gone through so many dangers to find him. So, in his heart, he was even more determined to not let any harm come to Mi Mu or Fei Yan. Of course, there was also Luo Luo. Yi Xian definitely couldn't let any of the three women suffer the slightest bit of harm. A month passed. During this month, the three of them stayed in that room, but did not come out at all. Previously, because Mi Mu and Fei Yan were unconscious, Yi Xian could temporarily keep them at the edge of his devouring space. But now, Yi Xian could not do that at all. So, Yi Xian had no choice but to call two maids over. Then, he created a disguising talisman for the two maids to disguise themselves as the two maids. Only then did he leave. Chapter 2559. Chapter 2559. Chapter 2559. Origin T. After all, Luo Luo was the strongest amongst the four of them. In addition, she had not been discovered yet, so she was naturally safer than staying by Yi Xian's side. However, how could they find a reasonable excuse to get Mi Yan and Fian to leave Yi Xian's side with their maids? This was a problem. Yi Xian was very clear that no matter where he went, there would definitely be people sent by the city lord behind him. Naturally, Yi Xian would not be able to hide the fact that he left with the two maids. Furthermore, if the two maids suddenly left, they would definitely be tracked down. Yi Xian kept thinking about it, looking for a suitable solution. Unexpectedly, someone actually gave Yi Xian a reasonable way to get away. It turned out that after the Azure Dragon Gang leader returned, he could not take this lying down. During this period of time, he had not been idle and had been investigating Yi Xian. In the beginning, the Azure Dragon Gang leader suspected that Yi Xian was one of the city lord's men. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. However, in his subsequent investigations, he discovered that Yi Xian wasn't a member of the city lord's mansion at all. The only thing that happened was that the city lord had sent him a mansion. Although the location of the mansion was not bad, a mansion was not enough to prove that the city lord favored Yi Xian. In the eyes of the Azure Dragon Gang leader, perhaps Yi Xian was considered to be talented, which was why the city lord valued him and prepared to nurture him. However, the nurturing process had not started yet. In this case, perhaps killing Yi Xian now would not cause too much trouble for him. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Gang leader suspected that the city lord was the one who had deliberately weakened the Azure Dragon Gang. As a result, the city lord could not take this lying down. Therefore, he sent people to prepare to rob and kill Yi Xian. Of course, he did not send his core men. In fact, they were not even considered members of the Azure Dragon Gang. They were just people from a small gang. Moreover, the plan was very simple. They just needed to find a reason to teach Yi Xian a lesson and then create the illusion that Yi Xian was accidentally killed. This kind of thing could be considered very common. The outside of the city was different from the inside. In the origin mystic realm, strength was the rule. The city lord's words were only useful inside the city. Once outside the city gates, the people outside would not even care about the city lord. Of course, these people would not go against the city lord's powerful strength. At this moment, Yi Xian led the two girls into a tea house outside the city as if they were strolling. This tea house was quite unique. There was a small pavilion and a few large tables that were casually placed there. Of course, this tea house was not simple, because the tea was the famous 9 tunes of ghost tea. Not only did it require the addition of an origin beast's corpse as nourishment every 100 years, but it also required the use of origin divine crystals to set up a special restriction in order to produce the tea. Therefore, the tea contained a lot of origin source law energy. It could be said that ordinary people could not afford to drink the tea here. This was because the tea here cost 1 origin divine crystal per pot. This price was enough to make many people feel intimidated. There were not many customers here. Moreover, every customer had to serve a pot of tea. Perhaps they would sit here for an entire month. They slowly tasted the tea and at the same time, slowly tasted the origin source law energy contained in the tea leaves. Origin divine crystals could be directly absorbed by people, but only by borrowing the fixed origin source law energy. Origin source tea, on the other hand, allowed people to explore the mysteries of the origin source law through drinking tea. Yi Xian came here with a purpose. Mi Mu and Fian were both from the Divine Realm continent, so they naturally could not come into contact with the origin source law. On the other hand, the origin source law was the most important element for breaking through to the Supreme Divine Lord Realm. Therefore, Yi Xian brought the two of them here to taste the tea so that they could come into contact with the origin source law. As for whether they would gain anything from it, he did not know. Yi Xian walked into the small pavilion, threw down an origin divine crystal, and asked for a pot of origin source tea. This pot of tea was not to be underestimated. In fact, the space inside was very large. It could be said that this small pot of tea was enough to fill a large vat of tea. Yi Xian poured a cup for the two of them, then said, "Try it. This origin source tea contains the aura of the origin source law. I don't know if you will gain anything from it, but it will allow you to come into contact with the origin source law." "Oh, there's such a miraculous tea? I would like to give it a try." Mi Mu was naturally not going to be polite with Yi Xian, so after hearing Yi Xian's words, she picked up the teacup in front of her and gently sniffed it. The tea's fragrance assailed her nostrils, but there was nothing special about it. Mi Mu then gently took a sip, but her brows furrowed slightly. "Sister Mi Mu, what's wrong? Is there something different about this tea?" Seeing Mi Mu's expression, Fian asked curiously. In the previous month's conversation, they were very clear about what kind of place this was. It was an existence that surpassed the continent of the God realm. It was a special origin source secret realm where the lowest was the God Emperor realm. When they first heard this news, it could be said that they were shocked. After all, in the continent of the God realm, the God Emperor realm was already the master of the God realm, with hundreds of millions of people under their command. But here, they could be seen everywhere. How could they not be shocked? Fortunately, the two of them had good self-control and quickly recovered from their shock. It was also because of this that the two of them were very curious about anything that could be used after the origin source secret realm. When Mi Mu heard Fian's question, she still frowned and said, "I can't describe this feeling either. After drinking this tea, I seem to have sensed something, but I can't grasp it. This is a very mysterious feeling, and it's not something that can be described with words. Why don't you give it a try, Sister Fian?" The two of them had gone through life and death, and it could be said that they had long been like sisters. When Fian heard Mi Mu's words, she naturally became interested and took a sip. A moment later, Fian's expression changed, but she immediately drank the tea in the teacup in her hand in one gulp. "How is it? Do you have any enlightenment?" Yi Xian and Mi Mu looked at Fian at the same time, because Fian's current behavior was clearly different from usual. From her expression and her actions, it could be seen that Fian had some enlightenment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be like this. "I seem to have sensed the aura of some kind of law, but I can't tell what kind of law it is." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. One had to know that the origin source T was naturally the aura of the origin source law, but why would Fian say that? Chapter 2560. Chapter 2560. Chapter 2560. Tracing to the origin. The so-called origin referred to tracing back to the source. In other words, the so-called origin law was actually more appropriate to call it the origin law. What he deserved was not the power of one law, but the foundation of all laws. In reality, it was impossible for everyone to cultivate the same law power. There were so many laws, so who could truly master all of them? This was obviously impossible. Therefore, after coming into contact with the origin law, perhaps everyone's reaction would be different. This was the true origin law power. At this moment, Mi Yen couldn't describe what she was feeling. Fian, on the other hand, seemed to have understood something. It wasn't that the difference in talent between them was too great. Since Mi Yen was able to become a divine master, it was enough to prove her talent. Although Fian's talent was also not bad, it was still slightly inferior to Mi Yan's. Therefore, Fian's feeling was clearer than Mi Yan's. However, because the two of them grasped different laws, the things they could sense when coming into contact with the origin law were also different. Yi Xian didn't interrupt their conversation. Instead, he picked up his teacup and poured the tea directly into his mouth. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt like the tea in his mouth was swallowing his mouth, but at the same time, something was spat out from somewhere. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with confusion, but his expression was solemn. He was already thinking quickly. Yi Xian was immersed in the aura of the origin law. At the same time, he was quickly comprehending and understanding the changes just now. What was the origin law of devour? Yi Xian couldn't help but think. Devour? On the surface, it seemed like some kind of power had swallowed something in front of him and made it disappear. However, Yi Xian seemed to remember that there was a type of law called the law of conservation. The meaning of this law was that all power was balanced, and if a portion of it disappeared, it meant that there would be an additional portion somewhere else. At the same time, Yi Xian thought of his devouring ability. It could be said that it was because of the system and this devouring ability that Yi Xian was able to rapidly increase his strength. In that case, this devouring ability was actually a form of conservation. Devour resources and turn them into Yi Xian's leveling up experience. In other words, Yi Xian devoured the energy of those things and strengthened it into its own power. Thus, the energy did not disappear. It merely moved from one place to another. However, what did the law of devouring mean? Devouring meant swallowing the things in front of it, but where did those things go? Did he really disappear completely? Impossible. The law of conservation would not allow such a thing to happen. In other words, the law of devouring was actually also a method of transforming energy. Merely, it was transforming the target in front of it into another form of energy through devouring. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the law of gravity. On the surface, the law of gravity seemed to increase the gravitational force in a certain area to achieve one's desired goal. But where did this gravity come from? Perhaps it could be said that this gravitational force did not appear out of nowhere. Instead, it was a power borrowed from somewhere else. Yi Xian was comprehending in his heart, but unknowingly, there was an incomparably mysterious power circling around him. This power could not be seen or touched. It could not even be detected by divine consciousness. However, it could be sensed. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host. The host has grasped the essence of the origin source law. You have been blessed by the origin source law. You have been blessed by the myriad law. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host. You have been recognized by the myriad law. The unused power in your body has been completely unleashed. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for a super breakthrough. The host is now a superior first-grade emperor god. This was impossible. Yi Xian's eyes widened. First-grade emperor god? Yi Xian heard the notification clearly. He was not an inferior first-grade emperor god. Nor was he a medial first-grade emperor god. He was truly a superior first-grade emperor god. This kind of level up and breakthrough defied common sense. Therefore, even Yi Xian, the owner of the system, could not help but wonder if the system had made a mistake. Or perhaps he had heard wrongly. System, did I hear wrongly? What realm did you just say? Ding! System notification. The host is now a superior first-grade emperor god. Did he hear wrongly? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, he said, System, are you sure you did not make a mistake? Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The system will not make a mistake. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. When a person cultivates, it is impossible for them to achieve the so-called 100% cultivation effect. It could be said that before one truly obtained the origin source law, there was a large amount of unused power in everyone's body. This power wandered around the body, including the physical body, divine consciousness, and even the soul. Under normal circumstances, this mysterious power could not be detected by anyone. There was no way one could use it unless they were recognized by the myriad law. This power could only be truly guided into the master's body after the myriad law had recognized it. Of course, this process was extremely wasteful. Being able to obtain even 1/10 of it was already extremely rare. The system said so much in one breath, which was rare. Yi Xian finally understood why he had broken through this time. To use the most vivid analogy, Yi Xian was like a cup of water, but this cup of water was divided into two pieces. Normally, the only thing Yi Xian could drink was the half cup of water that wasn't hidden. Even from the looks of it, the cup didn't seem to be the slightest bit abnormal. However, when the partition was broken, all the water in the cup would flow into the cup, allowing Yi Xian to drink more water in one gulp. However, this was only a one-time break. Once the membrane was broken, the water would flow out. Unfortunately, there was only a small amount of water. At this moment, Yi Xian had broken through. This was the principle behind it. Yi Xian had just swallowed all the accumulated power in his body in one gulp. This was a one-time reward. Perhaps Yi Xian would never encounter such a good thing again in his life. After all, once all the accumulated power was swallowed up, Yi Xian would have to experience many years and many realms before he could achieve such a breakthrough again. Chapter 2561. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Trouble. After figuring this out, Yi Xian was still extremely happy. After all, he had achieved such a huge breakthrough in one go. If Yi Xian was still not satisfied, then he would really be a little unsatisfied. At this moment, Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face as he watched the two women taste the tea. To Yi Xian, this origin source tea might not have any value at all. Comprehending the power of origin source law was not just a matter of words. Comprehending the power of origin source law required one to experience it personally. Furthermore, everyone's experience would be different. Yi Xian's way of feeling and experience was only suitable for Yi Xian himself. Even if Yi Xian explained it in detail to others, it would not have any effect at all. The two women seemed to be very obsessed with the origin source tea. They drank cup after cup as they searched for an opportunity to comprehend it. However, at this moment, an uninvited guest arrived. "Hey, these two girls are really pretty. Why don't we snatch them?" A voice sounded. Yi Xian's divine consciousness immediately swept over and saw that there were 4 people looking in their direction from outside the tea pavilion. Among the 4 people, only one was looking at the 2 women. The other 3 were looking at Yi Xian. Furthermore, they clearly had a trace of hostility. However, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest impression of these people. Who were they? Why were they hostile towards him? System, detect the strength of these people. Ding. System notification. Target specified. 3 low-level celestial emperors, 1 mid-level celestial emperor. Perhaps if it had been before Yi Xian drank that cup of tea, these people would have been impossible for Yi Xian to defeat. However, this cup of tea was enough to determine Yi Xian's fate. What was a great opportunity? Wasn't the so-called great opportunity referring to this kind of thing that was clearly impossible to happen, but it had happened? Countless people had tasted this origin source tea. There were also quite a few people who did gain some benefits. However, how many people could directly receive the blessings of the laws of origin and the laws of myriad elements like Yi Xian? Since ancient times, there were probably only a handful of them. This was a great opportunity. The great opportunity that belonged to Yi Xian did not rely on the system, nor did it rely on any external forces. It was Yi Xian's own opportunity. In the first place, the origin tea didn't matter how much it was. If one could comprehend it, a cup or even a sip would allow one to comprehend it. As for those with insufficient aptitude and luck, even if they drank the origin tea every day, they might not be able to gain any enlightenment. This was everyone's destiny, this was everyone's opportunity. At this moment, Yi Xian's divine sense had locked onto the four of them, but he was not afraid at all. If this had happened not long ago, even if it was only the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Yi Xian would have had no choice but to flee upon seeing these four people. Unfortunately, sometimes, opportunities were just like that. A stick of incense was enough to change a person's fate. These people were actually the people that the Azure Dragon Gang leader had arranged to come here with the intention of killing Yi Xian. The information they had obtained was very detailed. Not only did it mention Yi Xian's cultivation base, but it also included everything that had happened to Yi Xian after he had come to the Origin Source secret realm. Therefore, they only felt contempt for Yi Xian. However, when they arrived at Yi Xian's side, they realized that they couldn't see through Yi Xian's cultivation base, which was why they were puzzled. Generally speaking, people with higher cultivation bases would be able to see through the cultivation bases of people with lower cultivation bases. However, there were exceptions, such as people who cultivated special concealment abilities. At this moment, one of them raised his doubts. Didn't this guy say that he was at most a first or second rank emperor god? Why can't I see through his cultivation base? Why do I feel like I'm facing an expert? According to the information on the information, this guy already possesses many special abilities. Perhaps he also cultivated some sort of concealment ability. Come, let's go over. The leader didn't have the slightest bit of doubt. The source of the information was very reliable. It could be said that he had no right to doubt it. When Yi Xian saw those people walking towards him, he knew that his chance had come. This was the best time to let the two women leave on their own. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't care about letting the two women enjoy the tea. Instead, he used a secret voice transmission technique to say to them, "When the fight starts, leave this place immediately and look for Luo Luo. Luo Luo will take good care of you." What about you, Yi Xian? If you stay here, what will happen if you encounter a strong enemy? Mi Yan was the first to react. She was already looking at the four people. Don't worry about me. Don't worry, these few people can't do anything to me. Besides, I've already told you that the City Lord values my talent. There are people from the City Lord's mansion by my side. Even if I can't beat them, the people from the City Lord's mansion will immediately come to my rescue, said Yi Xian. In order to let the two women leave without worry, Yi Xian even mentioned the City Lord's mansion. The two women looked at each other and nodded silently. When Yi Xian saw the two women nod, he stood up without hesitation and walked towards the four people. However, he didn't show any abnormality. He looked as if he was just going to leave. Among the four people, one of them took a second look at the two women. Clearly, he didn't want the two women to leave. After all, both Mi Yan and Fian were absolute beauties. However, he knew what the mission this time was, so he immediately retracted his thoughts and focused all his attention on Yi Xian. Yi Xian ignored the four people and walked straight out. Yi Xian didn't want to fight in the pavilion. After all, the owner of the pavilion who could sell the origin tea here was definitely not to be trifled with. Moreover, if Yi Xian fought here, it wouldn't be good if the two women were injured. The two women's current strength was extremely low. Because of the teleportation, they were still in a weakened state. It was impossible for them to recover without some time. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that if he fought, the two women would be injured. Therefore, his plan was to leave this place first and then fight with these people later. When the four people saw Yi Xian walking out, they followed him without hesitation. In fact, since Yi Xian knew about this, they knew even better. The person who opened this tea house was not one to be trifled with. It should be known that there was only one tea house in the entire first level. Of course, there might be other tea houses in other places, but this was the only place that sold origin tea. If there was a faction that could grow the origin tea, it would definitely be a huge force. If there was only one person, it would probably be a super strong person. If they fought in the pavilion and angered that super strong person, they would probably have a hard time. Therefore, the four people didn't hesitate at all. They followed Yixian and walked out. Soon, they arrived outside the tea house. Chapter 2562. Chapter 2562. Chapter 2562. Who is it? One of them shouted at Yixian. Although Yixian had suspected that they were targeting him, it was only now that Yixian was certain that they were targeting him. Yixian's figure moved, but he quickly ran forward. It was as if he knew that he wasn't strong enough and that was why he avoided them. However, in reality, Yixian deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, with Yixian's unlimited teleportation ability, how could these people catch up to Yixian? At this moment, the four people didn't know that Yixian's seemingly difficult escape was just a facade that Yixian deliberately created. It was just to attract the attention of the people watching him. As long as those people put their attention on him and ignored Mi Li and Fian, Yixian's goal would be achieved. Of course, in order to achieve this effect, Yixian had no choice but to lead the four people forward. As for Mi Li and Fian, Yixian couldn't do anything. This was all he could do. Fortunately, before they left, Yixian had notified Luo Luo and asked her to come and pick up Mi Li and Fian. With Luo Luo's strength, as long as she found Mi Li and Fian, the three women would be much safer together. This chase lasted for a full 4 hours. Although Yixian wasn't moving forward at full speed, 4 hours was enough for Yixian to lead the four people far away. And this distance was enough. Suddenly Yixian stopped. The four of them were slightly stunned. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for them to chase after Yixian. Yixian's speed always made them feel that they would be able to catch up if they were a little faster. However, they were usually only a little bit away from him. At this moment, Yixian's sudden stop made them feel a little uncomfortable. Kid, why aren't you running anymore? Keep running. I'd like to see how far you can run. One of the four people stepped forward and looked at Yixian with disdain. Until now, they still didn't realize that Yixian was doing this on purpose. Yixian turned around and looked at the four people. He said indifferently, "Why should I run?" How interesting. Kid, you ran so fast just now. What, you're not willing to admit it now? But it's good that you didn't run. It saves us from wasting our time. All right, kid, just surrender. You've offended someone you shouldn't. Today, we'll kill you, so don't hold a grudge against us. We're just working for others. Yixian obviously knew that they were working for others, but he didn't know who they were working for. Yixian had seen how the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang observed Yixian, but Yixian didn't know that the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang wanted to kill Yixian. The reason was very simple. Yixian didn't know Lin Tianju's identity at all. Of course, at this moment, Yixian also hoped to obtain what he wanted from these people. That was, who exactly wanted to kill him? Ever since he came to the Origin's secret realm, although Yixian had offended a few people, he could only be considered a small fry. To be able to invite four people to chase after him, he must have some background. Could it be that the few of you really want to kill me? Yixian looked at the four people and said indifferently. He was already thinking about how to get them to tell him what he wanted. Kid, do you think we've been chasing you for so long because we have nothing better to do? All right, you're about to die. What other wishes do you have? Tell us all at once. I don't have any wishes. However, I don't understand who wants to make trouble for me. After all, I'm weak. I really don't know who wants to kill me. Yixian followed this person's words and asked his question. They looked at Yixian with pity. Poor guy, you don't even know who wants to kill you. All right, you're going to die anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. You've offended He Lin. He Lin has always been a vengeful person. Although I don't know how you've offended him, I can only say that you're unlucky. He Lin? Who was that? This was the first time Yixian had heard this name. He was sure that he didn't know who this He Lin was. Why did this guy want to kill him? May I ask, who is this He Lin? I don't have any impression of him. Unfortunately, this time, these people no longer said anything. Instead, they directly took out their own Dharma treasures. All right, little brat, cut the crap and accept your death. Yixian saw that these people were determined to kill him. Moreover, they weren't willing to talk to him anymore. Naturally, he didn't want to waste any more time. He waved his hand and Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to charge forward. Pucci, a lower emperor god, was killed without any suspense. He didn't even have time to react before he was killed by Yi Xian on the spot. The remaining 3 people widened their eyes in shock. Didn't they say that this guy was just a hierarch not long ago? Then, even if he had a breakthrough, he would only be a rank 1 or rank 2 lower emperor god. But why was this guy able to kill their comrade so easily? Oh no, this guy hid his cultivation. Quick, everyone, let's attack together and use our strongest divine ability. Another person shouted. At the same time, he was ready to activate his divine ability. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to activate his divine ability, because the god-slaying sword was already aimed at him. With the increase in Yi Xian's strength, the power of the god-slaying sword had also increased significantly. At that moment, another sword strike pierced through that second person. That second person was actually killed before he could even unleash his domain's power, killing 2 people in a row in such a casual manner. This time, the remaining 2 people couldn't remain calm. If they said that Yi Xian killed all of them because they were careless and allowed Yi Xian to successfully launch a sneak attack with his divine weapon, then how would they explain the second person? He was killed before he could even activate his divine ability. With such powerful strength and violent attack power, they would be idiots if they still believed that Yi Xian was just an ordinary person. Kid, who are you? Why do you have such powerful strength? Chapter 2563. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios A. Bell. Initially, they thought that this would be an easy mission. Who would have thought that this guy had concealed his cultivation base and pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about them at all. Since he could not get the information he wanted from them, there was no point in keeping them alive. After all, if Yi Xian did not kill them, they would kill him. No matter who it was that wanted Yi Xian's life, Yi Xian would make them pay the price. Killing them was undoubtedly the best price to pay. The god-slaying sword drew a bright ray of light across the sky. In an instant, it slashed towards the intermediate emperor god. At this moment, how could that person still think that Yi Xian was a mere ultimate god? Even if he did not have good eyesight, he knew that Yi Xian in front of him was not an ordinary person. Therefore, when he saw that Yi Xian's target was him, he did not hesitate and immediately took out a treasure. It was a bell that was densely covered with countless Sanskrit words. Zhong Xingyun circled the light of the law one after another, constantly moving around. As for this bell, it was also the greatest trump card of these fellows. This thing was something he had coincidentally obtained from a beast hunting area during one of his beast hunts. It could be said that this guy had never dared to show this bell to others. After all, even a fool would know that something obtained from the beast hunting area was not something simple. Although he did not fully understand the use of this bell, he had figured out the simplest way to use it. That was to cover himself and then activate the power of the law to make this bell the strongest protective force. As for how strong the defensive power of the bell was, even he himself did not know. This was because he had once fought with a superior emperor god expert. However, his strength was not enough to defeat the superior emperor god expert. Hence, he took out the bell. Just like what he was doing now, he directly covered himself. After that, the high-grade emperor god attacked crazily for a whole month, but he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he could only leave it as it was. This time, this fellow had placed his life on this bell. He believed that this bell would be able to protect him. As for the other enemy, when he saw how powerful Yi Xian was, he was scared out of his wits. At this moment, when he saw his boss release his strongest defense and become the only target of attack, he started to flee without a care for anything else. Boom! The god-slaying sword slammed into the bell. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. Instead, it was bounced off. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This transcendent artifact had a very strong defensive power. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian pointed at the escaping person and said softly, 6 syllables mantra, die. In an instant, a mysterious power was activated. This mysterious power immediately surrounded the person who was running away. Suddenly, that person stopped moving and fell from the sky. Silently, it was just a single word, but it had ended the life of a middle-class emperor god. After that, Yi Xian focused all his attention on the last person. System, detect that transcendent artifact. Yi Xian said to the system. This was because that bell always gave Yi Xian a mysterious and ancient aura. Ding. System notification. Target set, Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell. The Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell was the most valuable treasure of an ancient expert. It was extremely powerful and had both offensive and defensive capabilities. It also had many special abilities. Legend had it that once this Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell was activated, it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. However, it was obvious that this Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell wasn't activated at all. Instead, it was used as a shield by that fellow. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he started to think. Yi Xian was already interested in this Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell. It could be said that in the Origin's secret realm, other than Wei Zhentian and the Godslayer, Yi Xian's equipment and transcendent artifacts were already outdated. Even the Godslayer didn't seem to be enough. Fortunately, the Godslayer could still continue to evolve. However, the other transcendent artifacts weren't enough. However, Yi Xian had his eyes on this Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell. Not bad, not bad. This bell is really good. I want it. Yi Xian said indifferently. His tone clearly showed that he didn't care about the place inside the Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell. When that person heard Yi Xian's words, he burst out laughing. Kid, I admit that you hit it very well. No one realized that you have such great strength. Perhaps you are a superior grade emperor god, but so what? You still don't have the strength to break through my divine royal bell. He was clearly at an absolute disadvantage. He had been forced into a corner by Yi Xian to the point where he couldn't even put up a fight. However, this guy was still confident in himself. That was because in his eyes, no one could break through his defense. Thus, he had no need to fear anything. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but couldn't be bothered with this guy. In Yi Xian's mind, this guy had already been pronounced dead. Therefore, why would he waste time on him? Since this guy thought that he would be safe and sound by hiding in the Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell, Yi Xian would show him what he was capable of. Yi Xian gently pulled out the Divine Bow of Law, then slowly pulled the bowstring of the Divine Bow of Law. Since this guy had given up on attacking and only cared about defending, there was no need for Yi Xian to be anxious. In that case, what kind of attack was Yi Xian going to use this time? It was very simple. Yes, Yi Xian was going to use sound to kill the enemy in the Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell. Didn't this guy think that he would be safe and sound by hiding in the Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell? Yi Xian would show him how pathetic this idea was. Suddenly, Yi Xian made his move. Yi Xian continuously pulled on his Rule Divine Bow and shot a dozen arrows in all directions. However, the strange thing was that the target of these arrows wasn't the enemy in the bell, but his surroundings. All of a sudden, rays of light appeared one after another. It turned out that Yi Xian was setting up an array formation. A simple array formation made with divine talismans. In that case, what was the purpose of this array formation? That was to amplify the sound, as well as to completely absorb the sound. When everything was set up, a sphere of light had formed around the Heaven's Equal Divine Royal Bell. This was the effect that Yi Xian wanted. Enjoy it. I hope you can hold on for a little longer. Yi Xian said casually. Then, under the control of Wei Zhentian, the God Slayer quickly attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 2564. Ultimate Divine Weapon. That person was flabbergasted. He simply could not understand what Yi Xian was doing. However, he soon found out. The sounds of explosions continued to ring out. Furthermore, they continued to reverberate through the array formation. These sounds would not spread out. Instead, they would be reflected the moment they hit the outer array formation. More importantly, every time they were reflected, the sound would be amplified several times. At the beginning, that person was indeed able to resist the sound. Unfortunately, as time passed, he was no longer able to withstand it. The incomparably loud sound reverberated through the array formation again and again. Even though that person had sealed off his hearing, it was impossible for him not to be affected. That was because the bell itself had the ability to amplify the sound. Many people knew that sound could cause vibrations. This was a way of exchanging the energy of the laws. Therefore, at this moment, the heaven's equal divine emperor bell was already trembling non-stop in its reverberation. At the same time, a new loud sound was produced. These sounds continued to reverberate through the bell. As for that person, he was directly bearing the brunt of the sound. Poochie! That person could no longer withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, that person could no longer protect his mind. That person roared loudly, hoping that his roar would be able to resist the surrounding sound. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Poochie! Another mouthful of blood was coughed out. However, this time around, that person was in an incomparably miserable state. It could be said that he was now simply like a person made of blood. Blood was unceasingly flowing out from all over his body. Moreover, cracks had actually appeared on his body. Poochie! With a soft sound, a dignified mid-level celestial emperor was directly torn apart by the power of the sound and exploded. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and an opening immediately appeared in the array formation. Then, the power of the sound rushed out through the opening. In the blink of an eye, countless mountains in front of the gap were sent flying out one after another. An incomparably huge gully was formed. This was the power of sound. In fact, there were quite a few people who cultivated the law of sound. However, not everyone could be so powerful. Of course, it could be said that Yi Xian did not rely on his own strength this time. He simply borrowed the power of the formation and the heaven's equal divine royal bell. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian's universe rings fell into Yi Xian's hands. Of course, there was also the heaven's equal divine emperor bell. Only now could Yi Xian examine the heaven's equal divine emperor bell in peace. System, give me a detailed look at the attributes of this bell. Ding! System notification. This detection will consume 500,000 faith points. Would you like to confirm? Confirm. 500,000 faith points to check out the specific attributes of the heaven's equal divine emperor bell. Yi Xian felt that it was worth it. Ding! System notification. Scanning activated, analysis successful. The heaven's equal divine royal bell was one of the super magic treasures of the ancient almighty, great Lord Heaven's equal. It was extremely powerful and had 12 unique transformations. Ding! System notification. Warning, warning. Host, please take note. This magic treasure's weapon spirit has the ability to make decisions independently. Host must defeat this weapon spirit immediately. Otherwise, this magic treasure will escape immediately. What? In order to obtain this magic treasure, one had to defeat the weapon spirit. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. He had never encountered such a situation before. Yi Xian could not see through this situation. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian was clear about. Right now, he needed to fight. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian had already made his move. This was because at this moment, the heaven's equal divine royal bell was already glowing. It was obvious that it was about to leave. God-slaying sword, quick! Stop him from leaving! Yi Xian roared. At the same time, he also pounced forward. He pulled on his law divine bow, and rays of law power arrived before the god-slaying sword. However, a strange scene unfolded. The rays of law power were actually swallowed up by the heaven's equal divine royal bell. This heaven's equal divine royal bell was actually an existence that could ignore law power. A deep sense of helplessness appeared in Yi Xian's heart. A magic treasure that could ignore law power. How powerful was this thing? Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. It was the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword had finally launched an attack. Furthermore, with one attack, it had actually blocked the escape route of the heaven's equal divine royal bell. This heaven's equal divine royal bell could ignore law power, but it was afraid of pure physical attacks. In an instant, Yi Xian figured out the reason behind this. In reality, this heaven's equal divine royal bell might be very powerful. However, this heaven's equal divine royal bell was not an absolutely perfect magic treasure. Although it could ignore law power attacks, it could not ignore physical attacks. Yi Xian was delighted. He could not care less and immediately flew towards the heaven's equal divine royal bell. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. "Kid, you want to subdue me?" Yi Xian's figure suddenly stopped. When he heard this voice, Yi Xian already knew who had spoken. It was the artifact spirit of the heaven's equal divine royal bell. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then said, "Could it be that I am not worthy to be your master?" Perhaps it would be easier to subdue the heaven's equal divine royal bell if he spoke directly to the artifact spirit. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's words made the heaven's equal divine royal bell laugh. "Ha, kid, you think you have what it takes? What right do you have to possess me? Do you know who I am? Heaven's equal divine royal bell, an ancient treasure. Am I wrong?" Yi Xian said. "Ha, an ancient treasure? You underestimate me too much. I am indeed the heaven's equal divine royal bell, but this is just a name given to me by ignorant people in later generations. My real name is the Primal Chaos Seal." Primal Chaos Seal? What was that? Yi Xian was puzzled, but after a moment, his expression changed drastically. The Primal Chaos Seal, the Heaven's Wheel, the Soul Destroyer Source, the Singularity Ring, the four ultimate artifacts that split the heavens and earth. This was an ultimate artifact. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. What was an ultimate artifact? The so-called ultimate artifact referred to the source of all artifacts, the absolute power left behind at the beginning of the heavens and earth. Legend had it that the four ultimate artifacts were not created by anyone, because no one could create them. They were naturally formed in the heavens and earth, and each one represented absolute power. The Primal Chaos Seal was also known as the source of all nomological power, because all the nomological power was born from the Primal Chaos Seal. The Heaven's Wheel was said to be created by the Heaven's Wheel. The Soul Destroyer Source was the starting point and focus of all living things, the source that controlled the life and death of all living things. Chapter 2565. The test of the Primal Chaos Seal. The four ultimate divine artifacts were all legendary objects. Everyone knew about them, but no one had ever seen them before. Whether it was in the legends or in the records of ancient books, the four ultimate divine artifacts were undoubtedly the main characters of the story. And today, Yi Xian had actually encountered one of them. Yi Xian's first reaction was disbelief. If the ultimate divine artifacts could be seen so easily, they wouldn't be called ultimate divine artifacts. Legend had it that since ancient times, countless factions had worked tirelessly to find traces of the four ultimate divine artifacts. Unfortunately, their efforts were to no avail. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at the heaven's equal divine emperor bell in front of him and laughed. What a joke! A mere artifact spirit dares to call itself the Primal Chaos Seal. Do you know what kind of divine artifact the Primal Chaos Seal is? Of course, Yi Xian didn't believe that the heaven's equal divine emperor bell in front of him was the Primal Chaos Seal. After all, the Primal Chaos Seal was one of the four ultimate divine artifacts. How could it possibly be so simple? You don't believe me? Who would have thought that the artifact spirit would question him as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking? Of course not. If the four ultimate divine artifacts were like you, I would rather believe that there were no ultimate divine artifacts in this world. Ah, good boy. How dare you doubt me? Very well. Today, I'll show you what the Primal Chaos Seal is. Yi Xian hadn't reacted yet, but following the words of the artifact spirit, he saw the entire world begin to collapse. Everything that Yi Xian could see, everything that his divine sense could sense, began to return to nothingness. That feeling was as if these mountains, rivers, and even the sky were nothing more than a wisp of green smoke. But now, it was as if a gentle breeze had blown away all of this. Was this an illusion? Yi Xian was stunned, but he soon realized that this wasn't an illusion. It was reality. The Primal Chaos Seal. This was actually one of the four ultimate divine artifacts, the Primal Chaos Seal. Yi Xian's expression changed. Everything that was happening before his eyes left Yi Xian no choice but to believe it. The Primal Chaos Seal was the source of all laws, but at the same time, It was also the laws that created everything in time. Apart from the primal chaos seal, what other divine artifact would be capable of such destructive power? However, it was also because of this that Yi Xian felt uneasy. The heavens equal divine Emperor Bell in front of him was actually the primal chaos forbidden land. If that was the case, why would the primal chaos seal, one of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts, be in the hands of an ordinary god emperor? No matter how he put it, he felt that it was a little strange. In addition, Yi Xian's current situation was not very optimistic. Because he had angered the primal chaos forbidden land, the consequences were obvious. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, just as Yi Xian felt that he might not be able to escape this time, all of these changes disappeared at the same time. In fact, everything that had disappeared just now actually returned at an extremely fast speed. Destruction and creation. Could this be the power of the primal chaos seal? A deep sense of helplessness welled up in Yi Xian's heart as he looked at the giant bell in front of him. He was so powerless in the face of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts. Kid, how is it? Do you believe that I am the primal chaos seal now? The artifact spirit said to Yi Xian again. However, this time, the primal chaos seal actually transformed into the appearance of an old man as it spoke. Yi Xian had already given up on the idea of subduing the primal chaos seal. After all, the primal chaos seal was not something Yi Xian could subdue with his current strength. Senior, please don't blame me. I was blind and did not recognize you. Yi Xian did not dare treat the primal chaos seal as a treasure anymore. Although the primal chaos seal was one of the 4 ultimate divine artifacts, it was not man-made. To be precise, the primal chaos seal could be considered a special life form. You're worth teaching. However, little fellow, it's rather boring for this old man to travel the world alone. How about this? I'll give you a test. If you can pass, I'll travel with you. How about it? The primal chaos seal's words made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat. Although the primal chaos seal had only said that he would travel with Yi Xian, if Yi Xian could really do it, the benefits he would reap would be unimaginable. Therefore, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately said to the primal chaos seal, "All right, senior, please give me the test." The test is very simple. There are a total of 10 laws here. If you can comprehend the origin of any one of them, you will pass. What do you think? How could there be such a good thing? How is this a test? This was practically a gift for Yi Xian. One had to know that the primal chaos seal was a supreme existence that controlled all the laws. If he allowed Yi Xian to comprehend the laws, then it would definitely be thousands of times purer than the laws that Yi Xian usually came into contact with. Not to mention that Yi Xian was able to seek the source of one of the laws. Even if Yi Xian was able to comprehend any of the laws very well, Yi Xian would still be able to obtain great benefits. Suddenly, 10 balls of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, the primal chaos seal's voice sounded again. Choose. Which of these 10 laws do you want to comprehend? If Yi Xian could make the choice himself, he would definitely say that he wanted to comprehend all 10 of the laws. In fact, Yi Xian did not expect to comprehend the origin of any of the laws in a short period of time. Therefore, for Yi Xian, being able to have the opportunity to comprehend was already a great opportunity. Yi Xian looked at the 10 laws and finally decided to choose the devouring law. After all, Yi Xian only had a decent grasp of the devouring law among the laws that Yi Xian had mastered. Senior, I will choose the devouring law. The devouring law? Kid, you have good taste. All right, go ahead and comprehend it. Following the primal chaos seal's voice, Yi Xian was suddenly transported to a mysterious place. There was only nothingness in this place. However, huge devouring vortexes could appear at any time in this nothingness. These vortexes spun rapidly, devouring everything around them. It was as if there was no concept of time in this place. Or rather, it was as if time had sped up countless times. In any case, these vortexes appeared and disappeared very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a vortex would form and disappear. Looking at these vortexes, Yi Xian had an unusual feeling in his heart. Chapter 2566. Failure. Yi Xian used his divine consciousness to examine himself but was shocked to find that his body had disappeared. He couldn't see anything. the primal chaos seal had completely integrated Yi Xian into the nomological laws. Perhaps only the primal chaos seal could do this. Integrate into the nomological laws. What a terrifying thing this was. In other words, Yi Xian was still the nomological laws, and the nomological laws were him. Yi Xian knew that it would be difficult for him to encounter such a crazy opportunity to comprehend the nomological laws in the future. Therefore, Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly immersed himself in comprehending the nomological laws. Time passed, and Yi Xian continued to comprehend the nomological laws. Until one day, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Sigh, did I fail in the end? Well, if it was so easy to trace the source of the nomological laws, then it wouldn't be so difficult to control the nomological laws. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then, he raised his head and prepared to ask about the primal chaos seal. Unfortunately, the primal chaos seal had already disappeared. Perhaps it had planned from the start to leave after giving Yi Xian a chance to comprehend the nomological laws. Or perhaps it had really waited until it realized that Yi Xian did not have the ability to comprehend the source of the nomological laws before leaving. Yi Xian was a little disappointed but not too disappointed. After all, the primal chaos seal was one of the 4 ultimate divine weapons. It was already a great fortune to have been able to see it. Not to mention, Yi Xian's harvest this time was actually quite rich. Yi Xian's comprehension of the devouring nomological laws had improved his application of the devouring nomological laws like never before. Yi Xian waved his hand and a black ball appeared in his hand. However, this ball did not dissipate and continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After a while, it actually condensed into a spirit stone. What was the devouring nomological laws? What was the use of the devouring nomological laws? Yi Xian had never considered so many things before, but this enlightenment made him understand a lot. It could be said that this time, not only had his comprehension of the origin of the devouring law improved greatly, but in fact, with this experience, Yi Xian's comprehension of the other laws would improve greatly. Moreover, Yi Xian had once obtained the heart of origin. In addition, Yi Xian had a special constitution that allowed him to comprehend all laws. It could be said that Yi Xian had gained a lot from this one session of enlightenment. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Xian walked away. At this moment, the auras that were monitoring him had all disappeared. Perhaps those people monitoring him had all disappeared after the primal chaos seal struck them. Or perhaps, those people sensed the terrifying auras here and fled. But no matter what, there was no one watching him right now, so Yi Xian naturally had to check on Luo Luo and the other 2. He didn't know if Miya and Fian had met up with Luo Luo yet. Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. Although he didn't feel it himself, anyone familiar with him would realize that Yi Xian's grasp of the origin of space had improved imperceptibly. Every step he took contained the power of the origin of space. With every step he took, the power of the origin of space would naturally rise under his feet, allowing him to move further and faster. However, Yi Xian didn't realize these problems yet. Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. In just a few days, he had found Luo Luo and the others. Relying on the special connection between him and Luo Luo, Yi Xian could easily find her no matter where she was. What appeared in front of Yi Xian was no longer the valley from before. Instead, it was a rather desolate place. There were no mountains or rivers here. There were only withered rocks and weeds. At a glance, it was incomparably desolate. It turned out that although Luo Luo could easily kill those who went to the valley to cause trouble, Luo Luo didn't like trouble. Therefore, she directly left that place. At this moment, the 3 women built a stone fortress in this desolate place. They lived in it and silently cultivated. He's here. Luo Luo opened her eyes and said softly. Yes, he's almost here. Fian also opened her eyes. Miya immediately stood up. Although she didn't have the special connection ability of Luo Luo and Fian, she knew who he was in the end. Yi Xian didn't care much about the cultivation environment. However, at this moment, seeing the 3 women cultivating in such a desolate place, he frowned slightly. At this moment, the 3 women had already seen Yi Xian. However, what puzzled them was that Yi Xian didn't walk over. Instead, he stood in the same place. Yi Xian casually waved his hand. From his hand, a screen of light quickly covered 100 miles around the stone fortress. A strange scene occurred. Trees immediately grew out of it. There were also countless flowers and spirit herbs. In the blink of an eye, the 100 miles around them had turned into a place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. However, Luoluo, Mia, and Fian all widened their eyes. Perhaps many people could accelerate the growth of trees, but there were probably not many who could do it as casually as Yi Xian. Moreover, how could those birds and beasts be explained? One had to know that there were no living things here. How could Yi Xian create life with a wave of his hand? This scene was too shocking for the three women. However, they didn't know that Yi Xian was also quite shocked at this moment. Originally, he only wanted to use the law of life to improve the environment here. He didn't expect to create new life. This ability was simply beyond Yi Xian's expectations. It wasn't until this moment that Yi Xian realized that his comprehension of the law of devour had greatly improved the power of his other laws. Even the laws that Yi Xian hadn't comprehended before became very easy to obtain. In fact, Yi Xian was only one step away from comprehending the origin of the law of devour. If he took that step, Yi Xian would be able to truly comprehend the true origin of the law of devour. Unfortunately, that step wasn't so easy to take. After all, comprehending the origin of one law was only one step away from comprehending the origin of all the other laws. The comprehension of laws was actually related to each other. If one comprehended them more deeply, the power of the laws they grasped would be richer. This was because as long as one comprehended one of the laws deeply, one would be able to easily obtain the rest of the laws without much effort. This was the so-called coherence of laws. Chapter 2567. Visit. There were only 4 ultimate divine weapons in the world and only 1 primal chaos seal. Perhaps one might not be as lucky as Yi Xian to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the laws of nature bestowed by the primal chaos seal even in millions or even tens of millions of years. After Yi Xian saw the 3 girls, he didn't explain too much about what had happened to him. In any case, to the 3 girls, Yi Xian's strength was equivalent to their strength. After staying here for more than half a month, Yi Xian could only leave in the end. After all, Yi Xian didn't want to arouse the city lord's suspicion. After all, if the city lord became suspicious, he might track down the whereabouts of Luoluo and the other 2 girls. Yi Xian didn't find anything special when he returned to the Yi residence. However, Yi Xian knew that someone would come to question him very soon. Sure enough, as Yi Xian had expected, the old steward quickly came to Yi Xian's side. "Master, you're finally back. Did you go out to cultivate for more than half a year? This old servant hasn't seen you come back for more than half a year." More than half a year? Was it very long? If it were anyone else, they would have cultivated in seclusion for decades, centuries, or even thousands of years. It seemed that this old steward wasn't suitable for such a task. Fortunately, Yi Xian had intended to let the city lord know. Otherwise, he would have seen through his tricks. "Oh, I went out this time because I came across an opportunity and was delayed for a while." "How was it? Did anything happen in the residence during this time?" Yi Xian said calmly. This explanation was enough. "Master, about a month after you left, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang sent an invitation saying that he wanted to meet with you." As he spoke, the old steward handed the invitation to Yi Xian. The Azure Dragon Gang wanted to meet with him? What was the meaning of this? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. At the moment, Yi Xian didn't know that the people who had been sent to cause trouble for him were the Azure Dragon Gang. Yi Xian only knew about the clues in the oil forest. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't suspect anything. He just took the invitation and walked out. After all, the Azure Dragon Gang was one of the major powers on the first level. Therefore, Yi Xian felt the need to befriend them. Yi Xian soon arrived at the Azure Dragon Gang leader's residence. "Leader, there's someone outside calling himself Yi Xian. He said that he wants to see you." Yi Xian. The gang leader of the Azure Dragon Gang suddenly opened his eyes wide. Back then, when he sent people to kill Yi Xian, he originally thought that he would definitely win. But after that, not a single one of his people returned. This indeed caused him to be puzzled for a few days. He thought that the city lord's mansion had sent people to secretly protect Yi Xian and kill his people. However, he heard that Yi Xian had mysteriously disappeared. Even the city lord's residents couldn't find his whereabouts. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Gang leader was happy about this for a few days. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually come again today. Tell him to wait in the side hall. I'll be there soon. The Azure Dragon Gang leader instructed. After all, he was the one who had sent the invitation. He had sent the invitation because he wanted to test whether Yi Xian had really fallen. He didn't expect that this guy would actually come with the invitation today. What do you think we should do? The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang seemed to be talking to the air because there was no one in front of him at all. However, as he spoke, he saw a dark shadow appear. He couldn't see the appearance of this shadow. At first glance, he didn't even think that it was human. Of course, this was actually the Azure Dragon Gang's think tank, Yuing. Leader, since this kid is so lucky, why don't you let him go there? The Azure Dragon Gang leader was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. A smile appeared on his face. Then, the shadow disappeared again. However, the Azure Dragon Gang leader already knew what to do. Yi Xian didn't have to wait too long before he saw the Azure Dragon Gang leader walking over. Yi Xian didn't know why the Azure Dragon Gang leader was looking for him, but he still greeted him politely. This kid is Yi Xian. Greetings, senior. Senior, there's no need for that. With your outstanding talent, I'm afraid that it won't be long before we can address each other as equals. The Azure Dragon Gang leader looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. How long had it been? This guy had already killed a superior divine emperor in such a short time. One should know that this guy was only a hierarch when he came out from the beast hunting camp. And in this short period of less than a year, what exactly did he do? Why was the notification of his strength so fast? He had actually reached the high-grade God Emperor realm? The Azure Dragon Gang leader forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, but he was even more certain of Yi Xian's killing intent. May I know why Senior has called me over? Yi Xian asked the Azure Dragon Gang leader. After all, the Azure Dragon Gang leader was the one who sent the invitation to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally asked this question. The Azure Dragon Gang leader was looking for Yi Xian for no reason. Previously, he just wanted to test whether Yi Xian was still alive. However, at this moment, he already had a new arrangement. You're talking about the invitation. I originally wanted to invite you to participate in the Azure Dragon Gang's hunt. The City Lord's mansion has a hunting area, and of course, we also have our own hunting area. I saw that your talent is not bad, so I wanted to invite you to come along. However, you're not here, so I missed the opportunity. So that's how it is. Yi Xian's heart slightly moved. He thought that the Azure Dragon Gang leader felt that his talent was outstanding and wanted to snatch him from the City Lord's mansion. So that's how it is. Then I'm not blessed. Yi Xian said with a smile. Although he missed the Azure Dragon Gang's hunt, Yi Xian did not regret it. After all, his harvest during this period was not something that could be compared to a mere hunt. Let me think about it. All right, there's an area that might be suitable for you. Since I sent you the invitation, I naturally won't let you make this trip in vain. I don't want outsiders to say that the Azure Dragon Gang is stingy. However, there are some dangers in this area. I wonder if you're willing to give it a try? The Azure Dragon Gang leader seemed to deliberately not give Yi Xian time to think, so he directly asked Yi Xian at this moment. He deliberately said this to provoke Yi Xian and make Yi Xian agree. However, Yi Xian was never afraid of any danger, so there was no need for him to provoke him. He would agree. Oh, I wonder where Senior is referring to? Chapter 2568. Mysterious Half-Cave. The Mysterious Half-Cave was a very special place in the Origin Source secret realm. Ordinary people were not qualified to know about it, and those who knew about it would never dare to approach it because a group of incomparably powerful people lived there. Anyone who entered would be mysteriously sent out. If they dared to force their way in, they would undoubtedly die. In the first level, only a small number of people knew about this, and those who knew about this were the people with the highest status in the first level. Therefore, the so-called Mysterious Half-Cave was not a place of opportunity, but a place of death. That's right, the Mysterious Half-Cave is a little special. If you enter, I'm afraid there will be no one to guide you and you will only be sent out. Although I can give you this chance, I can't assign someone to guide you. Therefore, you have to take care of yourself. As for whether you go or not, that's up to you." With a wave of his hand, a map appeared in front of Yi Xian. "Remember this map. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this map. This is a forbidden area of the Azure Dragon Gang. I'm giving you this opportunity because I see that you have decent aptitude. However, if you leak this map, then even if I think highly of you, the other elders in the gang will still cause trouble for you. Do you understand?" Yi Xian nodded. He did not suspect anything at all and completely believed the Azure Dragon Gang leader's words. "Alright, I understand. I will not leak this map." Yi Xian memorized the map and waved his hand, turning it into dust. "Alright, you can go now. Whether you can obtain the opportunity will depend on your own fate." The Azure Dragon Gang leader waved his hand, indicating for Yi Xian to leave. As for Yi Xian, he naturally wouldn't stay. Yi Xian thought about the map in his mind and immediately began to prepare. However, he did not know that this was not a place of opportunity at all. A few days later, Yi Xian set off again. This time, the people from the City Lord Manor naturally followed him. However, what puzzled Yi Xian was that after following him for a period of time, they all lost contact with him. He did not know if these people had gone into hiding or if they had received orders to stop following Yi Xian. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that those people had been secretly eliminated by the Azure Dragon Gang. Because the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang wanted Yi Xian dead. Naturally, he wouldn't allow these people to tell the city lord where Yi Xian was heading to, which would allow Yi Xian to learn the truth and leave. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at a large mountain according to the map. This mountain was the entrance to the mysterious half-cave. It was said that the mysterious half-cave was located in a secret place in the sky. If one wanted to go there, one could only fly up into the sky and break through the maze to enter it. At least, that was what was written on the map. Yi Xian did not suspect anything. He stood at the top of the mountain and flew up into the sky. Nothing was found in the sky. Yi Xian continued to fly up into the sky. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt as if some kind of power had swept through his body. Then, he was back at the top of the mountain. This process was silent, as if Yi Xian had not done anything at all. Time law? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. The only thing he could think of was the power of time law. After all, only time law could send him back to his original place so easily. However, if it was the time rule, then it was a bit inappropriate. If it really was the time rule, then logically speaking, even Yi Xian's memories after that shouldn't exist. However, Yi Xian remembered very clearly that he had rushed up into the sky and was suddenly sent down from the sky. Then, could it be the power of some kind of restriction? Yi Xian pondered in his heart. However, after a while, he began a new attempt. Yi Xian flew up into the sky again quickly. This time, Yi Xian raised his vigilance and even instructed the system to maintain detection at all times. He wanted to see if he would be teleported away in such an inexplicable manner. Soon, Yi Xian returned to his previous position. A strange thing happened. Another mysterious light rose up, and Yi Xian was teleported away once again. Just like the first time, Yi Xian did not even react. However, he was already dead and returned to his original place. What was going on? Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. However, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. This time, Yi Xian did not even hesitate and flew up into the sky again. Are you done yet? Since you know this place, how dare you come here? Are you looking for death? Get out of here now. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for killing you. Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian could not help but stiffen abruptly. At the same time, he quickly released his divine senses and scanned his surroundings. Unfortunately, there was no time at all. In front of Yi Xian, within the range of Yi Xian's divine senses, there was no one. However, that sentence was so clear. Then, where was that person? Where did that voice come from? Yi Xian was inexplicably shocked. He could not understand Xianxia at all. The meaning of that person's words could not be more obvious. If Yi Xian flew up into the sky again, that person would be enraged and might even kill him. Could it be that he had to give up just like that? However, Yi Xian was unwilling to give up. Since he knew that there was something special in front of him, it would be a pity not to go and take a look. Advance? Or retreat? Yi Xian hovered in midair, somewhat unable to make up his mind. However, right at this moment, that voice sounded again. Kid, since you are a trial apostle of the Guardians and have received the trial qualifications of the 2 main halls, why don't you go and train properly? What are you doing here? Is this a place where a mere apostle like you should come? What trial apostle? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. The so-called trial qualifications of the 2 main halls, Yi Xian could still understand. It was probably referring to the trial opportunities bestowed upon him by the Shrine of Life and the Shrine of Darkness. However, how did he become a trial apostle of the Guardians? How could Yi Xian not know of this identity? I wonder if Senior can show me why I am a trial apostle of the Guardians? Why don't I know? Since he had doubts, and this person had reminded him twice, he probably did not have any enmity towards him. Hence, Yi Xian mustered up his courage and asked, "You don't know your identity?" Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Was it actually a Dharma idol? Could it be that this Dharma idol had been talking to him all this time? Chapter 2569. The Ultimate Secret Strange? Your aura is indeed a little unstable, but you do have the aura of one of our protectors. Logically speaking, you should be the descendant or disciple of one of our protectors. Furthermore, you should have obtained his recognition, which is why you obtained the identity of an apostle. Why do you not know? That discovery sized up Yi Xian. Looking at his appearance, he was indeed incomparably puzzled. Descendant or disciple? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. It was obviously impossible to say that Yi Xian was the descendant of a guardian. Then, the only explanation was that he was a disciple. However, Yi Xian only had one master in the realm of the gods, and that was the 5th Hall Master of Mo Baijing. However, with the 5th Hall Master's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to become a guardian. Looking at the strength of the person in front of him, it was obvious that a guardian was an extremely powerful existence. He could probably crush Mo Baijing countless times with a single finger. No, he still had a master. That was the God Emperor's inheritance. Although he did not truly receive the God Emperor's inheritance, he did receive the aura of the God Emperor's inheritance when he received it back then. Could it be him? Could it be that his cheap master was a guardian? Or could it be that his cheap master was the true guardian trial apostle? It was only because he inherited everything from him that he was misunderstood? Yi Xian could only think of this in his heart. After all, other than this reason, Yi Xian could not think of any other reason to explain the words of the guardian in front of him. Yi Xian was puzzled, but how could that person not be puzzled? The guardian silently observed Yi Xian's aura and realized that Yi Xian did indeed have the aura of a trial apostle, but it was a little faint and was from a long time ago. And with Yi Xian's age, he should not have such an ancient aura. You do have the aura of a guardian trial apostle. Who is your master? The guardian asked directly. Yi Xian really didn't know how to answer this question, so he could only say, "Senior, this junior's master has already immortalized. This junior doesn't even know his name." So that's how it is. If that's the case, it makes sense. Since that's the case, you can come up. After saying this, Yi Xian quickly flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian arrived at a strange place. This was a void. Even when Yi Xian turned around, he could still see the source secret realm. As for this place, it was a palace that floated outside the source secret realm. A voice rang out. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately walked towards the palace. There was nothing special about the palace. It was just that the people living in it were not simple. At this moment, the old man had already stood up. Following his movements, Yi Xian could even hear a series of crackling sounds. Yi Xian knew that this divine domain had appeared because the old man had not been active for too long. The old man indifferently looked at Yi Xian and said, "It's true that you're my guardian's trial apostle. However, you were planted with a seed by the keeper of order. Brat, you sure are lucky to be able to survive after encountering the keeper of order." The old man said indifferently and then waved his hand. Yi Xian did not feel anything, but he knew that the Keeper of Order's seed had most likely disappeared. This junior is Yi Xian. Greetings, senior. Dare I ask, what exactly are the guardians and keepers of order? When he heard Yi Xian's question, the old man unexpectedly laughed out loud. Your question is the most ridiculous question I have heard in hundreds of thousands of years. As a trial apostle of the guardians, you don't even know what the guardians and keepers of order are. I don't know what kind of luck you have to be able to survive until now. We, the guardians, protect this source secret realm and the entire divine realm continent. Without us, the divine realm continent would have collapsed long ago. There are a total of 12 guardians, and we rotate every 10 million years. As for the enforcers of order, they are a bunch of arrogant people. Their goal is to create a new order, and they are trying to change everything in the divine realm. They can be considered the sworn enemies of us guardians. These bastards are so full of themselves that they don't place the sovereign in their eyes at all. The sovereign has been sleeping for 30 million years, and will probably wake up soon. 30 million years ago, the protectors of that generation sacrificed 10 people to seal the sovereign away and put him to sleep. But these keepers of order know nothing, and yet they keep trying to change the order of things. Sigh, it's really sad. Don't these guys know that once the new order is established, the ruler will be able to obtain new energy? If the ruler wakes up, whether it's us, them, or the entire god realm, we will all be destroyed. What was going on? Yi Xian was at a loss. At this moment, Yi Xian had no idea what was going on. What kind of vortex had he been dragged into? What guardians? What keepers of order? Yi Xian had never heard of them before. As for the ruler, Yi Xian had never heard of them before. Senior, may I ask what the ruler is? Is he a person? You're right. The Sovereign Lord is truly a person. No one knows how long the Sovereign Lord has existed, because he's simply too powerful. Unfortunately, for some reason, the Sovereign Lord wants to destroy everything in time and reconstruct the world. That's why we can only do our best to resist. The ruler cannot be killed because he is the ruler of the gods, the ruler of all things. All we can do is put him into a deep sleep. Forget it, forget it. Why am I telling you this? If you become a guardian one day, you will naturally know what you need to know. All right, little guy, go back to your trial. Ascend to the 999th floor of the Origin Secret Realm as soon as possible. I will wait for you there. Only when you reach the 9th floor will you be considered to have passed the trial. Only then will you have the right to know more. Now go back. The old man waved his hand and Yi Xian appeared at the top of the mountain again. It was as if everything that had just happened had been an illusion. However, Yi Xian knew full well that it hadn't been an illusion. It had really happened. Guardian, keeper of order, ruler. For a moment, Yi Xian was at a loss. It was as if, ever since he'd entered the Origin Secret Realm, he'd experienced something special again and again. For example, the words of the Guardian were enough to make Yi Xian extremely confused. Chapter 2570. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio ambushed. It was as if the vast Origin Source Secret Realm was merely a training ground for the Guardians. As for the people inside, Yi Xian actually found them rather pitiful. Perhaps the entire Origin Source Secret Realm was merely a place for a few or even a single cultivator to train. The people in the Origin Source Secret Realm treated it as their everything, but they did not know that it was merely a training ground. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew all this, it was useless. Unless he could one day ascend to the 199th level, he would be nothing more than a nameless pawn in the Origin Source Secret Realm. Yi Xian walked silently towards the city, but his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, Yi Xian's attention was completely focused on the old man's words, so he did not notice the situation around him. At this moment, there were already a few people following Yi Xian, and their divine senses had already locked onto Yi Xian. It was obvious that these people did not come with good intentions. As it turned out, since the Azure Dragon Gang's leader intended to send Yi Xian to his death, how could he not have prepared a backup plan? These people were sent by the Azure Dragon Gang's leader to prevent Yi Xian from escaping. The mission they received was very simple. If Yi Xian came down from the mountain, kill him without mercy. At this moment, Yi Xian had not realized that danger was about to befall him, so he was completely unprepared. It was obvious that the Azure Dragon Gang had sent people who were adept at concealment this time. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian had not activated the system's detection function. Otherwise, even if these people were good at concealment, what could they do? In front of the system's detection, these people had nowhere to hide. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had not activated the system. After all, the system's power was limited. Suddenly, Yi Xian became alert. In an instant, the god-slaying sword flew out without hesitation. Boom! A deafening boom resounded. What surprised Yi Xian was that the god-slaying sword had actually struck an incomparably mysterious and transparent place. It was as if he had cut through the air. Yi Xian was astonished. After all, he had clearly felt some kind of power attack him just now. Furthermore, judging from his current reaction, it seemed like he was already surrounded by some kind of restriction or domain. After all, even though the god-slaying sword had missed, the power of the god-slaying sword's powerful attack had been neutralized in midair. Naturally, it could be seen that Yi Xian was surrounded by restrictive spells. The Law Divine Bow had already appeared in Yi Xian's hands, and a black sphere was faintly discernible beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian was waiting for the person who ambushed him to come out on his own. Since they intended to ambush him, Yi Xian believed that they wouldn't waste their time with him. Sure enough, just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, there was another change in the surroundings. Wisps of black smoke constantly rose around Yi Xian. These wisps of black smoke did not seem to be a threat at all. They moved freely with the wind, just like the green smoke that came from the remains of a divine tree that had been burned by a wildfire. It was so casual. However, when Yi Xian saw this scene, he instinctively became alert. There was something wrong with this black smoke. There was no fire anywhere in this place. Furthermore, this black smoke was too strange. What exactly was it? Yi Xian did not dare to act rashly. After all, this was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered before. System, detect what that black smoke is. Yi Xian instructed the system. Ding. System notification. Target has been identified. Soul Snatcher and Life's 6 Ultimate Smoke. System notification. Host, please take note. This smoke is extremely poisonous and can affect one's soul. The host is advised to avoid it immediately. Soul Snatcher and Life's 6 Ultimate Smoke? What a long name. However, just from this name alone, one could tell that this black smoke was not simple. Yi Xian's figure moved and immediately retreated. However, before Yi Xian could retreat, he had no choice but to stop in his tracks. This was because he could not retreat at all. This is not good. I can't break through the surrounding restrictions. Yi Xian was aghast. Without realizing it, he had fallen into a huge trap. The surrounding restrictions were clearly constructed using special methods. Yi Xian could not do anything about it at the moment. It could be said that even if Yi Xian had a way to break through it through the system, it would take time. However, the black smoke had only appeared for a short while before it spread rapidly. The person who ambushed Yi Xian actually wanted to use this method to trap Yi Xian to death. Damn it! Yi Xian was furious. At this moment, it could be said that Yi Xian was in extreme danger. It had only taken a moment for him to go from alert to passive. With a wave of his hand, a strong surge of divine power rushed out. Yi Xian wanted to try and see if he could disperse the black smoke. Unfortunately, how could the 6 extinction smoke, which stole souls and scattered lives, be so easily dispelled? It could be said that Yi Xian's attack was completely ineffective. Even though Yi Xian had already spread out his divine power, the black smoke was able to ignore the existence of divine power. On the surface, the black smoke looked like it could be blown away by the wind. However, it was completely unaffected by external forces and continued to spread. It could be said that once the black smoke got close to Yi Xian would not be able to resist it. Damn it! Who dares to play tricks in the dark? Come out if you have the ability! Yi Xian roared. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. This time, the gang leader of the Azure Dragon Gang had personally sent his men. How could they be so simple? In reality, If Yi Xian was directly killed by the black smoke, it would be fine. Even if he was not, those people would immediately appear and deal a fatal blow to Yi Xian. Deity vanquishing slash. Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and controlled the god-slaying sword in midair, sending out a powerful attack. Boom. There was a loud sound, but there was no movement. This seal could absorb damage. Unless Yi Xian could unleash an attack that could destroy the seal in one go, it would be impossible for him to break the seal. Yi Xian felt a bit anxious as he looked at the attack that immediately dispersed like a ripple. As the black smoke increased, the speed at which it spread also increased. Yi Xian knew very well that once the black smoke filled the seal, there would be no way for him to escape. Damn it. I don't believe that there is no way. God-slaying sword, 10,000 swords returned to one. Yi Xian roared. In an instant, the god-slaying sword exploded with a powerful light. In just a moment, it had turned into 10,000 swords that charged into the sky. At Yi Xian's command, the god-slaying sword immediately attacked in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying attack covered the entire space. However, it had no effect at all. The only gain was to let Yi Xian know that this place was actually less than 100 miles wide. In other words, Yi Xian was trapped within this 100-mile radius by the seal. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly bow disappeared. Following that, Yi Xian's hands shone with light. The seal in his left hand, and the heavenly talisman in his right. Chapter 2571. Chapter 2571, Chapter 2571, Chapter 2571 Soul Reaping Powder 6 Extinction Smoke. The resources produced by the ancient zither space had been accumulated over this period of time. Although it was not much, it was enough for one use. Yi Xian's hands continuously transformed into rays of light, and his speed was already incomparably fast. This was because Yi Xian knew in his heart that if he couldn't quickly refine something that could break this restriction, then he would probably die here this time. The soul-stealing 6 extinction smoke was not as simple as its name suggested. Even though its name was also extremely terrifying, it was not as simple as its name. The 6 extinction smoke could corrode one's soul, making one feel the intense pain of having their soul corroded. Then, it would absorb one's life force. No matter how strong one's life force was, as long as the black smoke didn't disperse, it would continue to be absorbed. Moreover, as life force was continuously absorbed, the black smoke would become stronger and stronger. These were not the key. The key was the 6 absolutes. The so-called 6 absolutes referred to the 7 absolutes. The black smoke was able to seal off all sensory abilities of the person who was being eroded. Even divine sense was no exception. Absolute divine power. The black smoke was able to convert all the divine power in the surroundings into its own power. In this way, those who were surrounded would naturally not be able to absorb divine power. Absolute law. The soul-seizing 6 life extinguishing smoke could temporarily seal off the power of the laws that enveloped him. The power of the laws did not disappear, but because of the black smoke, they could not be used. Despairing of the mind. Consciousness was a person's thoughts. However, if one was surrounded by the black smoke, then no matter how strong one was, one's consciousness would be continuously stripped away by the black smoke. In the end, one would lose all consciousness and be killed by the black smoke. Cut off the fate of the heavens. This could be said to be a very mysterious existence. The so-called fate of the heavens was something that could not be seen or touched. After all, how could something like luck be explained? However, this black smoke had a special ability to end one's destiny. No one knew how it did this. Perhaps it was because the black smoke itself contained some special laws. In addition to the 5 absolutes, the last absolute was the most terrifying one. That was because the last absolute was the absolute of life and death. The so-called absolute life and death meant that once one was enveloped by the black smoke, one's life and death would be beyond one's control. Even if one could not withstand the torment of the black smoke and wanted to commit suicide, one would not be able to do so. Once surrounded by this black smoke, even the resurrection ability would disappear. It was a terrifying black smoke. Although the conditions to unleash this black smoke were very harsh, and it was usually very difficult to truly unleash it. Once it was unleashed, it would be incomparably terrifying. Yi Xian had never expected that his luck would be so bad. Not only was he surrounded by restrictions, but he had also triggered this black smoke. The light in Yi Xian's hand didn't delay at all. Divine talismans appeared in his hand one after another. At the same time, a restriction was formed. This time, both the restriction and the talisman were specially made by Yi Xian. It could be said that even before the refinement, Yi Xian had not been confident at all. Fortunately, he succeeded. This time, the restriction that Yi Xian had refined was actually something that Yi Xian had refined based on his own ideas. It could even be considered his own invention. Yi Xian had previously comprehended the devouring nomological law through the chaos restriction. Although he had not truly grasped the origin power of the devouring nomological law, it had greatly increased the power of the devouring nomological law. Therefore, Yi Xian now had the ability to refine this special restriction. This restriction had been completely invented by Yi Xian himself. Its general function was to reflect the devouring power. What was a reflection of the devouring power? In other words, this restriction could devour anything that got close to it, regardless of whether it was divine power or special abilities. After devouring anything, it would directly throw it into the void. Yi Xian's idea was very simple. No matter how strong this black smoke was, if he repelled it from his side and prevented it from getting close to him, wouldn't that mean that there would be no danger? As for where the black smoke would be thrown to, there were many places that Yi Xian could choose from. For example, when Yi Xian had been in the Kunlun divine realm, he had encountered a desolate region. In that desolate region, there was an ancient destroyer organization's main hall. Vaguely, one could see people moving around inside. Destroyer organization was not a good thing anyway. In that case, Yi Xian would not feel the slightest bit of hesitation when he lured the black smoke there. Since Yi Xian did not have the ability to charge into the restriction back then, why not use the black smoke to destroy that ancient destroyer organization's main hall now? The members of destroyer organization should not have existed in the first place. Although the members of destroyer organization hidden in the mystic region could not come out now, they would be a disaster sooner or later. Therefore, it was better to use this opportunity to destroy them. However, the black smoke had the special effect of an absolute law. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to use a divine talisman to supplement the restriction of the law of devouring. The divine talisman that Yi Xian had refined this time was actually not of a very high level. However, its effect was definitely very suitable for the current situation. This was because Yi Xian had refined a traction divine talisman. The traction divine talisman was like its name. Its main ability was to guide the target. Yi Xian had placed this traction divine talisman in the devouring restriction. Then, it would continuously guide the black smoke from afar and devour it. Perhaps the law of devouring this time should be called the law of transport. After all, once the black smoke was devoured, it would fall into the mystic region where the ancient destroyer organization was located. Perhaps it would be difficult for others to do this, but Yi Xian could do it. This was because Yi Xian's understanding of the law of devouring was already very profound. Soon, the restriction that was combined with the power of the divine talisman was finally set up. Wisps of black smoke continued to spread towards Yi Xian, but they were all immediately pulled in by the divine talisman. The restriction devoured them and they disappeared without a trace. For the time being, Yi Xian was considered to be safe. However, it was not that easy for Yi Xian to be truly safe. After all, if the enemy's restriction outside was not removed, then Yi Xian could only be trapped inside. Yi Xian quickly thought of a countermeasure. Yi Xian did not even know what kind of restriction was outside, so it was indeed a little tricky. However, as long as Yi Xian was given time, then Yi Xian was confident that he could break this restriction. However, would he really give Yi Xian time to lose face? Obviously not. The enemy's goal this time was to kill Yi Xian. At this moment, seeing that the black smoke was blocked by Yi Xian and could not be of any use, they had already made a new move. Yi Xian was thinking of a way to break this special restriction when he suddenly saw a few figures appear in the distance. These people approached quickly without saying a word. Yi Xian already knew that they were probably the people who had ambushed him. Who are you? Why are you ambushing me? Chapter 2572. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Combination Restriction. It was a restriction. It turned out that there was a person who was proficient in restrictions among these people. Furthermore, the restriction that this person set up was very strange. It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such a thing before. Whether it was the method of setting it up or the restriction that he set up, it was very strange in Yi Xian's eyes. Generally speaking, the basic step of creating a restriction was to purify the essence of the required resources, then use a secret method to combine these essences into a restriction. However, the person in front of him was different. The method that he used was something that Yi Xian had never seen before. Purifying the essences of the resources at the same time was nothing much, but this person was actually able to combine the essences of the resources at the same time while purifying them. It could be said that in terms of efficiency, it was much higher. This guy had mastered a special method to refine restrictive spells. After a short while, a restriction was formed, and it was an offensive restriction. The person waved his hand and the newly created restriction merged with the restriction that was trapping Yi Xian. In an instant, the entire restriction changed. Originally, there was nothing special about the restriction, but now, it was like an illusion. The sky was actually dark with specks of starlight. Even though Yi Xian knew that this was just an illusion, Yi Xian still had a bad feeling about it. Perhaps it was to verify Yi Xian's guess, but after a short while, the restriction changed again. In the sky, the specks of starlight were constantly changing, appearing extremely unstable. Then all the starlight crashed towards the ground. Damn it, this is a combination restriction. That guy can actually add combinations to a restriction. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and the god-slaying sword in his hand flew out. Huge meteorites crashed towards Yi Xian. Not all of them would hit Yi Xian, but even if one or two of them hit Yi Xian, it would be enough for Yi Xian to suffer. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian did not dare to delay. Under Wei Tian's control, the god-slaying sword continued to unleash powerful attacks. These attacks shattered the Death Stars one by one. Within this restriction, it was like the end of the world. In the sky, burning meteorite fragments kept falling down, igniting everything around Yi Xian. The flames were burning, the black smoke was hazy, and the ground was trembling and cracking from the continuous bombardment. Those meteorites were naturally not just meteorites. They were special meteorites that had been reinforced with various laws. In particular, the two types of meteorites that had been reinforced with the laws of toughness and the laws of gravity were the most frightening. It could be said that every single attack felt like the world was splitting apart. After that, there was another type of meteorite that worried Yi Xian the most. It was the fainting meteorite that had been reinforced by the space law. This type of meteorite would always mysteriously appear and then mysteriously disappear, making it impossible for Yi Xian to guard against it. One move. With just one move, Yi Xian had been forced into a passive state. The Law Divine bow in Yi Xian's hand was also constantly being pulled. One Law Divine arrow after another continuously flew out from the Law Divine bow, shattering the meteors. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely focused. After all, the enemy was really too strong. Yi Xian started to think of a countermeasure. These meteorite attacks were not really a big threat to Yi Xian. The key was the people outside. Clearly, the reason those people were not making a move was not because they wanted to let Yi Xian off, but because they were waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Yi Xian. Yi Xian quickly thought of all the methods he could use. However, he realized that there was simply no way to get out of this predicament. Yi Xian was now completely surrounded by the restriction. No matter what he wanted to do, the most important thing was that Yi Xian had to walk out of this restriction first. Therefore, Yi Xian could only wait. He had to wait for the enemy to make the first move. Since these people had said that they wanted to kill Yi Xian, they would definitely not let him off easily. If they wanted to make a move, they would have to enter the restriction. Then, the restriction would be broken. Therefore, Yi Xian was waiting. He was waiting for the enemy to break the restriction themselves. Boom. A meteorite fragment directly struck Yi Xian, causing him to be in an incomparably miserable state. It was to the extent that Yixian even spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Another meteorite fragment hit Yixian. This time, the rule divine bow in Yixian's hand was sent flying. Then, he put away his rule divine bow with great difficulty. The enemy outside the restriction watched all this silently. Nobody said anything. Suddenly, perhaps because they felt that the time was right, the restriction master waved his hand. A few powerhouses immediately rushed towards the restriction. It turned out that the restriction master was the real commander of these people. Yixian, who had looked like he was on the verge of death, suddenly brightened up. Just as the restriction was broken and these people were about to enter, Yixian's figure suddenly moved. He activated the infinite blink, and in an instant, he had already rushed out of the encirclement of the restriction. Die! Two of the enemies saw Yixian's movement and immediately attacked. However, Yixian's movements were too sudden. A moment ago, he looked like he was on the verge of death. He could not hold the magic treasure in his hand firmly. A moment later, he burst out with all his strength. Naturally, they could not help but feel a little relaxed. It could be said that these people from the Azure Dragon Gang were very disciplined. Unfortunately, they had been taken advantage of by Yixian. Everything that had happened before was actually an illusion that Yixian had deliberately created. Because of his deeper understanding of the laws, although Yixian's realm did not increase, his strength had increased a lot. These guys had not been careless and had gone all out. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated. Yixian moved and arrived beside the restriction master in the blink of an eye. This restriction master was just a pure restriction master. He was not like Yixian, who used restrictions as a means of support. Therefore, when Yixian approached him, he did not resist at all. Boom! He punched out. Yixian did not use the God Slayer or other magic treasures. Yixian wanted to keep this person alive. Yixian wanted to understand the special restriction refining method from this person. 10,000 swords in one. Yixian roared. The God Slayer immediately burst out with powerful sword light and attacked those people in an instant. Eternal Night Field. Absolute Zero. Restriction explode. At the same time, Yixian continuously sent out 2 attacks to stop the enemies from advancing. He even detonated the devouring restriction that was still in the middle of the restriction. The powerful force caused that part of the world to completely collapse in an instant. Chapter 2573. The Azure Dragon Gang's trump card Yixian was not stupid. He knew that these people were strong, so why would he stay and wait for death? Moreover, he already had what he wanted, the Restriction Master. Why was it said that the Restriction Master was what Yixian wanted the most? It was because of the Restriction Master's special restriction technique and the combination of restrictions that he had mastered. In terms of Yixian's escaping speed, no one could compare to him. After all, once the infinite teleportation was activated, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, those people were shocked to find that Yixian was no longer in front of them. Just as they were about to give chase, they found that Yixian was not even within the range of their divine sense. That speed left them speechless and astonished. That was because the Restriction Master's identity was not simple. The Restriction Master was one of the Azure Dragon Gang's greatest trump cards. The reason why the Azure Dragon Gang was able to make the City Lord respect them was not only because of the Azure Dragon Gang's leader's strength, but also because of the Restriction Master. The Restriction Master was an existence that had obtained a special ancient inheritance. This person was extremely talented in restriction cultivation, but his temperament was extremely strange. It could be said that the Azure Dragon Gang had never really controlled this guy. Instead, they controlled what he wanted the most, which was the Restriction Master and special resources. More than half of the special resources that the Azure Dragon Gang collected were for this guy's use. In the Azure Dragon Gang, no one knew this guy's name. Instead, everyone called him Elder Jean. This was because even this guy did not know his own name. In his mind, there was only the Restriction Master. At this moment, Elder Jean had been taken away. How could those people not know that they would be severely punished? However, they had no choice but to return. What? You're saying that Elder Jean was taken away by that guy? The Azure Dragon Gang's leader was furious. Elder Gene was his trump card because the restriction master had set up was extremely strong. If he was given enough time, even the Azure Dragon Gang's leader would not be able to do anything to him. However, Elder Gene had been taken away by a little guy. How could the Azure Dragon Gang's leader accept this? "You bunch of trash, what's the point of keeping you around?" With a wave of his hand, all of them died at the same time. These people from the Azure Dragon Gang could be considered the elites of the Azure Dragon Gang. However, compared to Elder Gene, they were simply worthless. At this moment, when the Azure Dragon Gang's leader found out that Elder Gene had been captured by Yi Xian, he was enraged and actually killed all of these experts. One had to know, among these people, there was a supreme divine lord. He actually killed him just like that. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know this. Yi Xian and the Dong clan were very fast. They took Elder Gene and fled far away. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Yi Xian didn't look for Luoluo. Instead, he chose a random direction and fled. At this moment, Yi Xian's location was in an abnormally dark mountain. With a wave of his hand, several flames lit up the entire cave. At this time, Yi Xian woke the man up. Originally, Yi Xian was prepared to directly strip this fellow of his divine deity fragment, but after thinking about it for a while, he decided to forget about it. This fellow had a special restriction and refining method, so in Yi Xian's heart, he should also be an arrogant person. If he were to rashly strip off his divine deity fragment, Yi Xian was worried that this person would rather die than submit to him. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't do anything. Of course, not stripping the man's quintessence fragment didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't take any precautions. At this moment, Yi Xian had already placed several restrictions on the man's body to prevent him from doing something unwise when he woke up. However, when Yi Xian woke the man up, the result was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Because the man didn't make any noise at all. Instead, he looked at Yi Xian curiously. "Were you the one who placed the restrictions on my body?" Elder Gene asked Yi Xian directly. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. This guy was his prisoner, yet he was so calm and collected. Instead, he asked him about it. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, I did. What's wrong?" "Hey kid, are you an idiot? How can you use a restriction created by the law of devour? The law of devour itself represents the power of devouring. If you made it into a restriction, it might be able to seal me at first. However, as time passes, the laws of primal chaos will devour each other. Doesn't that mean the seal will break on its own before long?" Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Was this guy really that stupid, or was he just pretending? Now that he'd trapped him with a restriction, he wasn't thinking about how to escape, but was instead thinking about the loopholes in his restriction. After all, he was the one who was being sealed right now. However, he was actually telling Yi Xian about the loopholes in his seal. Was he afraid that Yi Xian's seal wasn't perfect enough? Yi Xian was quite speechless, but he still asked, "Then what do you think should be done?" The man looked at Yi Xian and said directly, "Since you want to seal me, it's not impossible to use the law of devour as a restriction. However, if you use the law of devour as a restriction, first of all, you can't seal my entire body like you're doing now. Instead, you should use the law of devour to create a small devouring restriction on my sea of qi, spirit points, meridians, and other places. In this way, these small restrictions will constantly absorb the divine power and law power in my body, so I won't have the chance to condense any power. Moreover, there will be a certain distance between each small restriction, so they won't consume each other. Of course, it would be best if you added some special method to make them devour life force. This way, I can only be in a weakened state." Yi Xian was quite speechless. Indeed, this guy's method was definitely feasible, and the effects were much better. However, the most important thing was that the one being sealed was himself. He actually wanted to teach Yi Xian how to seal himself more perfectly. Wasn't this the same as slapping himself in the face? How did this guy think of this? Before Yi Xian could say anything, the man continued, "Kid, do you have the Rainbow Stone, Soul Return Wood, 9 Transformations Golden Lotus, and Falling Pear Flower?" Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't know what he was going to do, but with a wave of his hand, several resources appeared. I don't have those you mentioned, but I do have the Rainbow Soul Stone, Soul Snatching Divine Wood, Kun Qian Boundary Stone, and 100 Changes Spirit Grass. Ancient resources, you actually have ancient resources. Quick, give them to me. The man said excitedly. However, Yi Xian was stunned. Did this guy really not understand his current situation? You want me to give you these resources? Why should I give them to you? Chapter 2574. Elder Jin's Strange Appearance. At this moment, that person was slightly startled. However, unlike what Yi Xian had imagined, this person was actually thinking about what he should offer in exchange instead of considering his own restrictions. I understand. This is for you as an exchange. That person casually waved his hand and a jade talisman flew towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught it and glanced at it, but his expression became even more strange. Because this person had given him the special method of refining restrictions that Yi Xian wanted so much. What the hell is this guy thinking? However, since he was willing to exchange, Yi Xian did not hesitate. He casually tossed the 4 resources to that person. However, what happened next left Yi Xian in disbelief. This was because Yi Xian actually saw that Elder Jin was actually able to start refining restrictions without using his divine power or the power of the laws. He was using formations as a means to refine restrictions. Moreover, that formation was carved directly into the ground in the form of runes, and then injected with divine power from spirit stones. What kind of person was this guy? Formations could be used to refine restrictions? This was simply unimaginable, but he had done it. A moment later, a light flashed, and the restrictions on Elder Jin's body were undone. Yi Xian watched this scene the entire time and didn't interrupt him. This was because Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. Even if the seal on this fellow's body was broken, with his strength, he'd be subdued by Yi Xian before he even had the time to release the seal. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to see what exactly Elder Jin was up to. After breaking the restrictions on his body, Elder Jin did not even look at Yi Xian and immediately went to study the ancient resources. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood in his heart that he'd probably encountered an idiot. Of course, this fool did not mean that Elder Jin was stupid, but that he lacked a brain. Yi Xian knew that there were some people who would forget everything else once they focused on one thing. Elder Jin was obviously a person who was obsessed with restrictions. In his eyes, there was nothing but restrictions. In his heart, restrictions were everything. However, there was another advantage to this kind of person. They were absolutely no threat. Because in their eyes, they only cared about their own things and their own world. They did not care about anything else. Yi Xian silently watched this guy refine the resources and then refine a restriction. Yi Xian did not stop him. He just wanted to know what kind of restriction he was refining. After a moment, Elder Jin finished refining everything in his hand and said, "Kid, look, this restriction is also refined with the law of devouring. Can you see what is so special about it?" Yi Xian was stunned. This guy had just handed him a newly refined restriction? Yi Xian casually took it. It was an incomparably mysterious light. There seemed to be some kind of change in the light, but unfortunately, Yi Xian could not understand it. I can see that there are some changes in it, but I don't understand what those changes are. Hee, it's good that you don't understand. This is an unpredictable restriction. I used the resources you gave me and combined them with the power of the law of devouring to make this restriction into a random sealing restriction. The function of this restriction is that once it is activated, all changes are unpredictable. In other words, you can't break it at all. More importantly, it also contains the power of the law of devouring, so all external forces will be devoured. Yi Xian was stunned. There was actually such a sealing restriction? An unbreakable restriction? What a terrifying existence. However, this person had just casually thrown such a restriction to him. Kid, do you still have any special resources? Quick, give them to me. I'll study a few restrictions. The man looked at Yi Xian and directly stretched out his hand to ask for resources from Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian already had a new idea in his heart. This person might be able to be of use to him. What this guy cared about the most was only resources, because he wholeheartedly wanted to research new restrictions. In that case, Perhaps Yi Xian could directly take him into the zither space, and then have him provide him with an endless stream of special restrictions in the zither space. I do have some ancient resources, but they are not on me. They are somewhere else. Do you want to go? Yi Xian asked Elder Jin. Originally, Yi Xian thought that no matter what this person said, he would hesitate for a moment. However, he didn't expect that he would directly reply without thinking. Sure, where? Where is it? Quickly bring me there. Okay, I'll take you there now, but you have to relax your divine sense. You can't resist at all. Can you? Before Yi Xian could finish his words, he found that this guy had already given up resisting. He even withdrew the divine power that automatically protected his body. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It was really rare to meet such a strange person. Then he waved his hand and Elder Jin disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the ancient zither space. Next, Elder Jin would make restrictions for Yi Xian in the ancient zither space. Of course, the ancient zither space was obtained by Yi Xian by fusing a complete secret realm. It could be said that it was a complete world, so there was not much difference between Elder Jin inside and outside. However, the ancient zither space had a lot of ancient resources, so Elder Jin was very happy. After dealing with Elder Jin, Yi Xian walked towards the city. Of course, at this moment, Yi Xian already knew who was going to attack whom. Yi Xian already knew from Elder Jin that the person who repeatedly tried to kill him was the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang. At the same time, Yi Xian already knew that the person he killed in the Azure Dragon Gang was the adopted son of the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang. He was also the person that the leader valued the most. However, Yi Xian still pretended that nothing had happened and continued to return to the city. In fact, he had his own plans. After all, in the city lord was the most powerful existence. At this moment, Yi Xian was still the person that the city lord valued. Therefore, in the city, perhaps Yi Xian was the safest. After all, if he was outside, he would be hunted down by the Azure Dragon Gang at any time. Of course, since the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang wanted to kill Yi Xian would not mind dealing with him. The entire Origin secret realm was just a training ground for the Guardians. Therefore, Yi Xian was the main character here. No matter how strong the Azure Dragon Gang was, Yi Xian did not need to fear them. Of course, in order to completely defeat the Azure Dragon Gang, Yi Xian also needed to calculate. Chapter 2575. Auction restrictions. There was only one auction house in this city, and it was opened by the city lord. However, although the Azure Dragon Gang did not open an auction house, they opened a treasure store. Its nature was similar to that of an auction house. It could be said that the two businesses were basically on par. The treasure store was also the main source of the Azure Dragon Gang's finances. Before this, the treasure store's biggest feature was the various special restrictions. These restrictions were not found in the outside world. They were very powerful and very practical. All this time, no one knew where the Azure Dragon Gang had obtained these restrictions. However, Yi Xian now knew that it was all because of Elder Jin. Now that Elder Jin was in Yi Xian's hands, Yi Xian would naturally use the special restrictions refined by Elder Jin to clean up the treasure store. As for letting the city lord become the boss, Yi Xian was not worried at all. After all, Yi Xian would leave this place sooner or later. In the first layer, it had nothing to do with Yi Xian who became the boss. Hello, are you looking to buy a magic treasure? An attendant came to Yi Xian's side and asked Yi Xian. Yi Xian shook his head and said to the attendant, I want to auction some items. Take me to see your appraiser. Alright, this way please. If someone wanted to buy something, there would naturally be someone selling it. Therefore, the attendant did not think much of it and directly led Yi Xian to the front. Soon, the two of them arrived at a pavilion that was not very big. Guest, please come in. This is our appraisal office. Auctioning items usually required the appraiser of the auction house to evaluate the value of the item in advance. If the appraiser was not satisfied with the value of the item, the seller could choose not to sell it. Of course, at the same time, it was to prevent fake or defective treasures from appearing in the auction house and damaging the reputation of the auction house. At this moment, there were a few people in the auction house who were also appraising items. After all, The business of the auction house was not bad. Yi Xian directly went to a window. Like everyone else, he took out the restriction he had prepared and directly handed it in. You want to auction restrictions? The old man looked at Yi Xian doubtfully. This old man was considered a veteran in the auction house. However, he had never encountered a restriction in an auction before. After all, only the person who created the restriction could control it. Restrictions without an owner were relatively rare, and they were not very useful. Everyone had their own domain, so most of the time, the power of the restriction wasn't as real as the power of the domain. Of course, since Yi Xian was going to bid for it, the old man would also go and appraise it. However, when the old man saw the restriction that Yi Xian took out, he was stunned. Although auction restrictions were rare, there was a place where restrictions would appear almost every year. Moreover, by relying on these restrictions, that place had the strength to contend with the auction house. That place was naturally the Azure Dragon Gang's treasure trading company. For a long time, this treasure trading company would release a restriction at a fixed time every year. However, it was not an auction, but a display of the item. It was displayed in the morning, and the highest bidder in the afternoon would obtain it directly. It was because of these special restrictions that the Azure Dragon Gang's treasure trading company gathered a lot of popularity. Especially on the days when the restriction was about to be released, almost everyone was attracted to it. However, the buyer of these restrictions naturally had their own uses for them. Thus, it was simply impossible for them to be sold off to someone else. Of course, the auction house had spent a lot of money to buy them several times and then auction them themselves. Unfortunately, although this could increase the popularity of the auction house, it was a great loss. Over time, they could only let it be. Who would have thought that there would be someone who wanted to auction restrictions today? It could be said that the old man was still quite puzzled and surprised. I can't appraise your restriction. Please wait a moment. I will inform our pavilion master to appraise it for you. Although the appraiser did not know the quality of the restriction master that Yi Xian was auctioning, he could tell that the restriction was not simple with just a casual glance. Therefore, he immediately called for the pavilion master. The pavilion master was the most senior and most powerful appraiser in the auction house. It was said that he had been in the appraisal pavilion for a full 100,000 years. Naturally, he had seen many more things than the others. However, when the pavilion master saw the restriction that Yi Xian took out, he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that Yi Xian's restriction wasn't strong enough, or that there was some other problem. Rather, it was that he couldn't see through its value at all. He only had this feeling when he saw the restrictions that the Azure Dragon Gang sold. The restrictions that the Azure Dragon Gang sold were the brand of the entire treasure trading company. It was obvious that their value was not low. At this moment, the pavilion master of the appraisal pavilion was carefully fiddling with the restriction in his hand. That was because he couldn't directly determine the value of the restriction. Restrictions were not like other things. Once a restriction was activated, there was no way to take it back. Restrictions were consumables. Therefore, it could be said that no one could truly appraise restrictions. I can't give a price for this item of yours. Why don't you tell me the price you have in mind? The appraisal pavilion master asked Yi Xian. Actually, this was also the result that Yi Xian had thought of from the very beginning. In Yi Xian's heart, he was also very clear that it was very difficult to measure the price of restrictions. After all, he was only a one-time consumable. However, Yi Xian already had a plan in mind. In fact, Yi Xian's goal in auctioning restrictions this time wasn't to obtain a lot of Origin Divine crystals. Yi Xian only wanted to defeat the Azure Dragon Gang. The starting price is 100 Origin Divine crystals. Also, help me inform that I will be auctioning a restriction every month. The next time, the starting price will be 1,000 Origin Divine crystals. Yi Xian said indifferently. The reason Yi Xian dared to bid so confidently was because he already knew that restrictions refined by Elder Gene could be sold for at least 1,000 Origin Divine crystals in the treasure trading company of the Azure Dragon Gang. Some could even sell for more than 100,000 Origin Divine crystals. Yi Xian might not be able to bid too high a price for the restriction that was auctioned for the first time due to its reputation. However, Yi Xian believed that as long as the first restriction was used, it would naturally be able to sell for a high price. Chapter 2576. The beginning of fame. The owner of the appraisal pavilion glanced at Yi Xian in astonishment. Although he could not appraise the effect of the restriction, he could tell that it was not simple. But now, Yi Xian actually used 100 divine origin stones as the starting bid. He couldn't see through Yi Xian. But since Yi Xian said so, then it was settled. The next day, just as Yi Xian had expected, he didn't offer a good price for his restrictions. It didn't even cause the slightest reaction. However, it was bought by someone for 101 origin divine stones. Yi Xian did not care at all. However, on the 5th day, many people came to the auction house and asked if there were any restrictions on the auction. It could be said that the person in charge of the auction house did not even understand what was going on. Because the base price of Yi Xian's restriction was very low, it did not attract the attention of the auction house. However, in just a few days, hundreds of people had inquired about it. It was hard for the auction house not to notice this. As it turned out, the person who had bought Yi Xian's restriction had originally intended for a duel to the death. It could be said that he did not have much confidence in winning. This was a battle that had already been decided. At that time, many of his friends and companions had already given up hope. However, because this duel was something that the two of them had agreed on, this duel of life and death could be said to have been decided long ago. That person had already used all his strength, but he still lost, and lost miserably. However, at the very last moment, he activated the restriction that he had obtained. The moment the restriction appeared, its might shocked everyone. The battle that followed was without suspense. This person spared his opponent's life because, after all, his opponent had also been prepared to let him go. Of course, what attracted everyone's attention was not the battle itself, but the mysterious restriction that changed the outcome of the battle. Only after asking around did he learn that he had obtained the restriction from an auction. Moreover, he had only spent 101 origin divine crystals. When the news spread, it naturally attracted the attention of countless people. In particular, those who had personally witnessed the battle rushed to the auction without any hesitation. However, Yi Xian's restrictions became famous because of a life-or-death duel. The auction house had never expected such a result. They were looking for Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian could auction off a few more restrictions. After all, Yi Xian had said that he would be auctioning again next month. However, they couldn't find Yi Xian at all. For a month, the person in charge of the auction house was extremely anxious and worried every day. They were worried that Yi Xian would not come again. After all, the restrictions in Yi Xian's hands were clearly no less effective than those of the Azure Dragon Gang's treasure trading company. In that case, Yi Xian didn't have to auction it at their auction house. At this moment, the pavilion master of the appraisal pavilion, who was originally in charge of receiving Yi Xian, was incomparably regretful. After all, back then, it could be said that he was neither cold nor warm to Yi Xian. If he was given another chance, then he would definitely be incomparably respectful to Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could only wait now. Fortunately, Yi Xian still came over. It was completely different from the last time. This time, as soon as Yi Xian entered the auction house, a waiter immediately came over to welcome him. He respectfully led Yi Xian towards the auction house and didn't even need to appraise him. This was due to their jealousy and trust of Yi Xian. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian was qualified for them to treat him with such respect. A restriction master wasn't determined by one's realm. A slightly stronger restriction master was something that could only be found by chance. However, Yi Xian didn't want to interact with them. He left behind the restrictions and left. In this way, 3 restrictions were auctioned off consecutively for 3 months. Yi Xian earned more than 10,000 origin divine crystals, but more importantly, it had an impact on the auction house and the treasure trading company. It could be said that the auction house's business was unprecedentedly good during this period. There were even many people. Even if they didn't buy anything, they would still stay at the auction house and wait for the restrictions to be auctioned off. On the other hand, the treasure trading company was a bit miserable. The treasure trading company's signature was the annual restriction auction. But now, the auction house would auction off a restriction every month. Moreover, its effect was no less than that of the treasure trading company. Therefore, in a short period of time, many of the original customers of the treasure trading company had rushed to the auction house. The Azure Dragon Gang's leader was furious. He knew very well who had done all this. Not to mention that Elder Jean had been kidnapped by Yi Xian. Every time Yi Xian went to the auction house, he didn't hide his appearance at all. Therefore, it was difficult for the Azure Dragon Gang's leader to not know. However, even if he knew, what could he do? If he knew, the City Lord would know as well. The City Lord was very happy at this moment. His auction house had been suppressed by the treasure trading company, which made him very unhappy. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would come up with a new trick today and directly suppress the treasure trading company. The City Lord didn't care where Yi Xian got these restrictions, because in the City Lord's heart, Yi Xian would be subdued by him sooner or later. However, could the Azure Dragon Gang's leader really hold back? Although it seemed like he hadn't done anything, in fact, he was ready to do it himself. For 3 consecutive months, Yi Xian had accumulated tens of thousands of Origin Divine Crystals. It was time for him to increase his cultivation level. On this day, Yi Xian took out all the resources and Origin Divine Crystals he had accumulated and directly started devouring. In an instant, countless resources turned into experience points and flowed into Yi Xian's body. At the same time, the long-awaited system notification sounded again. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd grade Superior Divine Emperor. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The speed of increasing his cultivation level seemed to be getting more and more difficult. That was more than 10,000 Origin Divine Crystals. Even if the quality of these Origin Divine Crystals was slightly lower, they were still Origin Divine Crystals. He didn't expect that he would only break through 2 levels. However, Yi Xian wasn't disappointed at all. Yi Xian clearly knew that this was only the accumulation of 3 months. Increasing his cultivation level by 2 levels in 3 months was already considered an extremely terrifying speed. In that case, what was there for Yi Xian to be dissatisfied with? Just as Yi Xian was thinking, the old housekeeper's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Master, there is a guest outside the door. How should we deal with him?" Yi Xian didn't think too much about this old housekeeper. After all, the old housekeeper had the strength and status. He couldn't go against the City Lord's orders at all. Therefore, Yi Xian often turned a blind eye and let the old housekeeper report his matters to the City Lord. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little confused when he heard that someone was requesting to see him. Yi Xian didn't seem to have many friends on the 1st level. The people he knew were also very limited. Then, who was it that wanted to see him? Chapter 2577. Butterfly Love Pavilion. You are? Yi Xian looked at the person outside the door and asked curiously. "Are you young Master Yi Xian?" "Yes, I am." "Young Master Yi Xian, my master invites you to the Butterfly Love Pavilion for a gathering. This is a letter from my master. My master said that it is up to you whether you want to go or not. However, my master will be waiting for you at the Butterfly Love Pavilion tomorrow." After saying that, the person walked out without hesitation. Butterfly Love Pavilion? What is this place? And who is this person who sent me a letter? Yi Xian was puzzled in his heart. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't understand what was going on with this sudden post. Yi Xian turned around and saw the old steward looking at the letter in his hand in shock. Does he know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Do you know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Yi Xian asked the old steward. Yi Xian did not expect the old steward to kneel on the ground and not dare to say a word. Yi Xian was very surprised. However, since the old steward did not want to say anything, he could not be bothered to ask further. As long as there was such a place, Yi Xian did not believe that he would not be able to find out. Yi Xian walked out of the door and prepared to deliver the restriction that was going to be auctioned this month to the auction house. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the auction house. As he took out the restriction, Yi Xian asked casually, "Do you know about the Butterfly Love Pavilion, Pavilion Master?" The same reaction. The Pavilion Master of the Appraisal Pavilion at the auction house immediately knelt on the ground. He was so frightened that he did not dare to say a word. This time, Yi Xian was shocked. What was so special about the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Why did these people have such a reaction? Yi Xian furrowed his brows, but his heart was filled with anger. He refused to believe that no one could tell him where the Butterfly Love Pavilion was. Yi Xian walked to the auction house's appraisal hall and took out a seal. He then asked, "This seal will belong to whoever can answer one of my questions." As soon as he said this, not only were the people who were also preparing to auction their items, but even the appraisers were extremely tempted. "What does young master want to ask?" "As long as I know, I will definitely tell you everything." Because Yi Xian had never concealed his identity, many people knew that he was the one who had auctioned off these restrictions. Therefore, he would not have the slightest doubt about the things he took out. "Alright, my question is very simple. It's just a place name. If anyone can tell me where the Butterfly Love Pavilion is, then this restriction will belong to them." Thump, thump. With the exception of Yi Xian, everyone fell to their knees in an instant. Furthermore, no one dared to make a single sound. What was going on? This time, Yi Xian's heart could not calm down. What was going on? Why were these people reacting so strongly? What kind of place was the Butterfly Love Pavilion? Why were these people so shocked just by hearing the name? However, just as Yi Xian was about to speak again, a figure appeared in the auction house. He had appeared without a sound. Yi Xian looked over and saw that it was the kid who had delivered the invitation. "I'm very sorry, young Master Yi Xian. It's my dereliction of duty. I forgot to tell you where the Butterfly Love Pavilion is. Why don't I take you there?" That person's tone was still indifferent, but Yi Xian could clearly see his fear. Clearly, his dereliction of duty was enough to cost him his life. Even if it was only because he had not told Yi Xian how to get to the Butterfly Love Pavilion immediately. Yi Xian was already very curious about the Butterfly Love Pavilion. After all, if a mere name could frighten these people to such an extent, one could only imagine that the Butterfly Love Pavilion was not a simple place. One had to know that these people did not have much of a reaction when they heard the name of the city lord. This meant that the person who lived in the Butterfly Love Pavilion was even more frightening than the city lord. "Alright, you lead the way." Yi Xian nodded and followed behind that person as they walked forward. Not too long later, Yi Xian walked into a chain of teleportation portals. Yi Xian could feel that he had been teleported several times. A chain of teleportation portals was a special kind of teleportation portals. These portals followed a certain pattern and were made up of dozens of portals. If any of the portals made a mistake, they would not be able to reach their final destination. This Butterfly Love Pavilion was really well hidden. However, when Yi Xian really arrived at the destination, he was very surprised. This was because this so-called Butterfly Love Pavilion did not look special at all. There was a pavilion built in the middle of a lake. There was nothing special about this pavilion except for the colorful butterflies fluttering around it. This was the Butterfly Love Pavilion? The Butterfly Love Pavilion that was feared by countless people? Yi Xian wanted to see what was so special about this Butterfly Love Pavilion. A small boat rowed over. The young girl on the boat respectfully waited for Yi Xian to get on the boat before continuing to row forward. It could be said that Yi Xian would be able to cross such a small distance in one step. However, since the owner of this place had made such arrangements, Yi Xian could not refuse. Soon, the small boat arrived at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. From the outside, this island did not look big, and neither did the pavilion. However, when Yi Xian stepped on it, he realized that this was actually an overlapping space. The interior was actually quite large. Pairs of young girls in white robes were walking around, taking care of the flowers and colorful butterflies. This made this place seem very peaceful and easygoing. No one came to guide Yi Xian. It was as if no one would care about Yi Xian once he arrived here. However, Yi Xian still quickly walked forward. A long flight of stairs made entirely of a rare type of jade and a large hall made of countless special resources. This was the main hall of the Butterfly Love Pavilion. A faint floral fragrance filled this place. It was filled with a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. When Yi Xian walked into the hall, he discovered that there was a woman sitting in the middle of the hall. An extremely beautiful woman. "Senior brother, you are here?" "Senior brother?" Yi Xian was very surprised. He did not seem to have a junior sister. Why did the owner of the Butterfly Love Pavilion call him senior brother? Who are you? Yi Xian looked up and asked the girl directly. I am called Dai Lian. Senior brother, please take a seat. May I ask which sovereign's disciple you are? Dai Lian had a faint smile on her face. However, the aura she unconsciously exuded was enough to shock Yi Xian. This guy's strength was absolutely incomparably daunting. However, Yi Xian did not understand the meaning behind this title of senior brother, so he did not answer. Unexpectedly, when Dai Lian saw that Yi Xian didn't reply, she wasn't the slightest bit angry. Instead, she nonchalantly said, since senior brother isn't willing to say, then junior sister won't ask too much. However, I wonder why senior brother came to participate in the trial and went to this world? Secondary realm? What's that? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Dai Lian paused, then said, when senior brother came to participate in the trial, did your master not tell you that the Origin's secret realm is divided into a primary realm and a secondary realm? Our trial is naturally a primary realm. Senior brother, you are in a secondary realm. Primary realm? Secondary realm? In an instant, Yi Xian understood Dai Lian's identity. This woman was actually also a disciple of the Guardian Trials. However, she was a true trial disciple, unlike Yi Xian, who was only half a trial disciple. No wonder people were so afraid when they heard Dai Lian Xian's name. This girl was the true master of the Origin's secret realm. Chapter 2578. First encounter with the Guardians. Because Yi Xian had stayed in the secondary realm before, he knew better than anyone how powerful the Guardians were. There were only 12 of them, but the entire Origin's secret realm was a training ground for them to train their disciples. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful they were. Of course, this also showed how powerful the Guardians' enemies, the Keepers of Order, and the mysterious ruler of chaos, were. Seeing that Yi Xian wasn't speaking, Dai Lian thought that Yi Xian was thinking about something else, so she continued, since senior brother is also a participant, then there's no need for you to stay in the secondary realm. It's fine to go for a walk in the secondary realm once in a while, but staying there for too long is a waste of time. After all, our training time is limited. If we don't complete the training within the time limit, then we can only be eliminated. After hearing Dai Lian's words, Yi Xian finally reacted. He nodded slightly, but didn't know what to say. However, at this time, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Host has discovered the ultimate mission of the celestial realm, seal the ruler. Mission requirements. Host must become a true guardian within 1,000 years, then seal the divine ruler. If the mission fails, host will be obliterated. The sudden notification caused Yi Xian to be shocked once again. An obliteration level mission. This was an obliterated mission. Obliterating people was a mission that Yi Xian had to do his best to complete. Because a mission of this level wouldn't give Yi Xian any choice. If he failed, there was only one path, and that was death. Indifferent. What shocked Yi Xian the most wasn't the obliterated mission. It was the ultimate mission. Why was this mission called the ultimate mission of the celestial realm? Could it be that the divine ruler was the strongest person in the entire celestial realm? All of this had happened too suddenly. It was so sudden that Yi Xian couldn't react. In the past, no matter what kind of mission it was, Yi Xian would at least be prepared. But this time, Yi Xian wasn't prepared at all. The mission this time had come too suddenly and was too shocking. Yi Xian frowned, but he was already in a daze. Was it because Yi Xian's strength had increased too quickly that he had triggered this ultimate mission? Or was it because Yi Xian accidentally entered the Origin mystic realm that triggered this ultimate mission? Yi Xian had no choice but to think. This was because Yi Xian had two identities when he entered the Origin mystic realm. The first was the half-baked Guardian Trial Challenger title obtained from the God Emperor's inheritance. The other was the 10,000-year trial qualification that he had obtained from the Shrine of Life and the Darkness Shrine. It was obvious that although these were two trials, the difference in level was like heaven and earth turning on its head. If Yi Xian hadn't triggered the Guardian Trial Challenger title and hadn't initiated the Origin Mystic Realm trial, perhaps Yi Xian could have gone through thousands of years of trial in that subrealm and broken through the 999 levels of the Origin Mystic Realm, thus triggering this ultimate mission. However, perhaps because Yi Xian had contacted the Guardians in advance, or because Dai Lian had found Yi Xian. Therefore, she had skipped the subrealm trial that the Shrine of Life and the Darkness Shrine had given to Yi Xian and entered the terrifying Origin Mystic Realm trial. Given Yi Xian's current strength, entering the Origin Mystic Realm trial and entering the Guardian Trial Challenger was a blessing or a curse for Yi Xian. Not to mention anything else, just this Dai Lian in front of Yi Xian was unimaginably strong. Yi Xian couldn't see clearly what kind of strength this Dai Lian possessed, so he couldn't tell. Because even if Yi Xian used the system to detect it, it would only get a result. The target's realm was too high to detect. The meaning was obvious. Dai Lian's realm far surpassed Yi Xian's, so much so that Yi Xian couldn't detect it. Although Yi Xian didn't know why Dai Lian called him senior brother, there were too many things that he couldn't explain, so this one didn't make much of a difference. Yi Xian plopped down on the stone bench, but his mind was constantly thinking. There were too many unknowns that Yi Xian had to find the answers to. Dai Lian didn't seem to see Yi Xian's confusion at all. It turned out that Dai Lian was indeed a Guardian Trial Challenger. However, he hadn't been a Guardian Trial Challenger for long, so he hadn't been in the Origin Mystic Realm for long. And when Yi Xian saw the Guardian, he was confused. The Guardian was also confused about Yi Xian's identity. From Yi Xian's body, the Guardian could feel the aura of a challenger from a long time ago. That aura allowed the Guardian to confirm that Yi Xian was a Guardian Trial Challenger. However, he was a lost disciple. Due to the uniqueness of the Guardians, they didn't have many disciples, and every one of them was a precious talent. Therefore, the Guardians would always take care of their disciples. But even so, lost disciples would occasionally appear. The so-called lost disciples didn't know what their mission was, and didn't know how noble their identity was. The Guardians faced the Sovereign of Consciousness, that terrifying and powerful existence, the highest existence in the entire God realm. At the same time, the Guardians had to face the Guardians of Order, as well as others like the Alliance. Especially the Guardians of Order. It could be said that the Guardians of Order were constantly searching for the Guardians' disciples. The Guardians of Order weren't as strong as the Guardians, so they would do everything in their power to kill every Guardian Trial Challenger. Even if they couldn't kill them, they would cause them to deviate from their original path. Add to that the Sovereign of God's secret manipulations, and every now and then, a Guardian Trial Challenger would fall midway or lose their way. Yi Xian's situation just so happened to fit the criteria for a lost disciple. Yi Xian had the ancient aura of a Trial Challenger, but the aura of a Guardian Trial Challenger wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. No matter how strong you were, even if you were the Sovereign of God, you might be able to kill a Guardian Trial Challenger, but you wouldn't be able to replicate this unique aura. This was a special existence created by the Guardians using a secret technique, and it wasn't something that others could imagine. After confirming Yi Xian's ancient Guardian aura, the Guardian found Dai Lian. What happened next was only natural. The root of everything was that Yi Xian had gone to meet the Guardian. Or rather, the root of everything was the Azure Dragon Gang's enmity towards Yi Xian. Chapter 2579. Terrifying conjecture. Yi Xian pondered these questions in his heart, but there was only one conclusion. Since he had already triggered the ultimate mission, he could only do his best to complete it. After all, this was an obliterating mission. Junior sister, may I ask, what exactly do we have to do to pass the trial? Yi Xian lifted his head and asked Dai Lian directly. Only Dai Lian could answer his questions now. Senior brother, you don't even know this? Alright, then junior sister, please tell senior brother about our trial. Dai Lian looked at Yi Xian, smiled, and began her explanation. As Dai Lian explained, Yi Xian finally understood what the Guardian trial was all about. The Guardian trial could be said to be relatively simple, but it was by no means simple. The Guardian trial was a process of repair against time. Every 100 years, every trial taker would face a random tribulation. This tribulation was directly released by the Source secret realm, and could not be controlled by any power. The tribulation would naturally be adjusted according to the target's cultivation level. No one knew what the tribulation was like. Only those who experienced it would know. The origin source secret realm was originally provided for these trial takers. It could be said that this tribulation was the same. If they encountered the most direct tribulation of divine lightning and wildfire, they would be the luckiest. For the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation, they only needed to use their cultivation level to withstand the baptism of the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation to succeed. But other than the divine lightning and wildfire tribulation, there were other trial takers, such as exploration of unknown lands, subworld trials, border missions, and so on. These trial takers were all automatically created by the source secret realm, and there was no way to control them. For example, exploration of unknown lands. The name sounded ordinary, but in reality, it was a mysterious space created by the source secret realm. Everything inside was randomly generated by the source secret realm. Originally, such a place was completely sealed off, and there was no way to interact with the outside world. But trial takers were different. The source secret realm would send these mysterious spaces to the trial takers through a mysterious force of law. Once they entered, the trial would begin. If they couldn't fight their way out, only death awaited them. There was also the subworld experience, which could be said to be an extremely dangerous mission. The title of Guardian Trial Taker was usually high and mighty. It could be said that no one dared to provoke them. Everyone in the secondary realm could only worship them. However, if a trial taker entered the secondary world to train, they would become the target of everyone in the secondary world. The origin secret realm existed for the sole purpose of training. Everyone in the subrealms was only there to serve as a foil. Thus, once a secondary realm's power was activated, not only would a portion of that disciple's cultivation be sealed, but they would also be challenged repeatedly by the source realm. The origin source mystic realm seemed to have its own thoughts. It was clearly a mystic realm, a huge place, but it could always derive a series of changes according to the needs. There were so many of these changes that it could be said that if a cultivator triggered one, what awaited them was a chain reaction. Yi Xian silently listened to all of this, but he couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Could it be that everything he had experienced was actually a result of the origin source mystic realm? Perhaps the moment Yi Xian entered the origin source mystic realm, the faint trial taker aura on him had been captured by the origin source mystic realm. Then, according to Yi Xian's actual situation, the origin source mystic realm had evolved? Was that why Yi Xian had come to the Butterfly Love Pavilion at this moment and learned so much? Yi Xian didn't know if his guess was correct. After all, Yi Xian didn't even know what was so special about the origin source mystic realm. A mystic realm that had the ability to evolve its own tests seemed so inconceivable no matter how he looked at it. Suddenly Yi Xian thought of a possibility. It was something he didn't dare to think about, but it was extremely possible. Could the origin source mystic realm be like Yi Xian's devour space? Could it be the mental space of a super powerhouse? Why was there a difference between a secondary realm and a primary realm? Didn't Yi Xian's devour space also have a distinction between an ordinary space and an ancient zither space? Why would the origin source mystic realm make changes according to the trial taker's needs? While Yi Xian was in the devouring space, he could control everything according to his will. Wouldn't it be easy for him to train a person in the devouring space? Was that really the case? Yi Xian didn't know, but he knew that this wasn't impossible. Yi Xian had the devour space, and there were countless living beings in the devour space. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that his guess wasn't completely impossible. At this moment, Yi Xian actually felt his hair stand on end. If that was really the case, then how strong was that person? Furthermore, Yi Xian felt like he was constantly being watched by a pair of eyes. Everything he did, and even everything he was about to face, seemed to be a script written by the owner of those eyes. As for Yi Xian, regardless of whether he was willing or not, he could only follow this script. Perhaps the only thing he could do was win against this script. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's own guess. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what was going on. Even though Yi Xian knew his identity, he still refused Daolian's invitation and didn't stay in Daolian's pavilion. Instead, he returned to the secondary realm. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, he hoped that everything would have a beginning and an end. In the secondary realm, Yi Xian still had some matters to settle, so he had to return. No matter if it was the people who tried to assassinate him or the city lord, Yi Xian still needed to deal with them. Of course, the most important thing was that Luo and the other two girls were in the secondary realm. Even if Yi Xian wanted to go to the primary realm, he would at least bring the three girls along. However, Yi Xian's greatest gain from this meeting with Dai Lian was that he didn't know the difference between the primary realm and the secondary realm. He also didn't know that he was a trial taker. Most importantly, Yi Xian knew the difference in strength between the primary realm and the secondary realm. In the primary realm, there were also the Supreme Celestial Lord, Supreme Celestial King, Supreme Celestial Emperor, and Supreme Celestial Emperor. However, the difference between the primary realm and the secondary realm was that the primary realm didn't have grades. In other words, for example, the Supreme Celestial Lord was only divided into 3 grades. In other words, the power of the primary realm was absolute suppression. Even a difference of 1 grade was an insurmountable gap. The primary realm's suppression was much more direct than the secondary realms. Chapter 2580. An unimaginable opportunity. The first test of a trial challenger was about mastering source strength. Only by successfully mastering at least one source strength of law could one be called a true trial challenger. From then on, the journey of the trial could be considered to have begun. Yi Xian had the status of a trial taker, but he didn't have the strength to back it up. There was only one realm above the paramount divine emperor, and it was also the only one that existed. That was the God Ruler. The God Ruler should have been a realm, but it had long since become synonymous with a person. When the God Ruler was mentioned, people only thought of the God Ruler himself, not the other realms. Among the inexplicable laws, there was a rule that stated that there could only ever be one God Ruler in each realm. The God Ruler controlled everything in his realm. If he wanted to, he could destroy the realm at any time. No one knew just how powerful the ruler was. Were there really only 12 protectors? Why were there so many keepers of order, but only 12 guardians? The fundamental reason was because of their battles with the God Ruler. Yi Xian had heard many rumors about the God Ruler from Dai Lian. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure, but Yi Xian felt that it was very likely. It was said that the Guardians had been an incomparably powerful force, but because they'd fought the God Ruler time and time again, they'd fallen to their current state. The core of the Guardians' philosophy was to protect the God realm. They couldn't allow the God Ruler to succeed in his plan to destroy the God realm. After returning from Dai Lian, Yi Xian looked at the 999 levels of the Origin's secret realm. He didn't seem to feel the slightest fear no matter how he looked at it. This was just a trial ground for the Guardians, a place for trial takers like him to train. Who cared if he was the city lord? He was nothing more than a foil. In that case, why should he be so restrained? Why should he think twice before doing anything? Staying in the Yi manor was also to prove his talent and gain the city lord's approval. Yi Xian was Yi Xian. What did he need to prove to anyone? This time, Yi Xian did not return to the Yi residence. Instead, he walked out. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian walked out of the city, he immediately felt a few gazes on him. It seemed that these people who were monitoring Yi Xian were becoming bolder and bolder. They actually dared to monitor him at such a close distance? Was it really impossible for him to find out? Or did he really think that he was that easy to bully? Yi Xian smirked. Didn't you want to spy on me? Then I'll let you have a taste of my power. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light entered the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet. In an instant, a strange force spread out with Yi Xian as the center. Didn't you want to spy on me? In that case, I'll let you suffer a little first. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At the same time, his figure moved and he immediately charged forward. Sure enough, when they saw Yi Xian suddenly accelerate, the people who were tailing Yi Xian also sped up and chased after him. However, when they arrived at that area, the ground suddenly exploded as if it was boiling. The energy that Yi Xian had just injected was not a restriction or an array. It was just a few talismans. The function of the talismans was to explode. When these people entered the area, Yi Xian did not hesitate to detonate the talismans. Perhaps it was true that detonating the talismans now would not have much of an effect. After all, the power of the talismans alone would not be able to do anything to these people. However, Yi Xian did not intend to kill them. The power of the talisman's explosion was just to buy some time for Yi Xian. The sudden attack naturally caused these people to be slightly stunned. It was inevitable that they would be delayed for a while. However, this small amount of time was enough for Yi Xian to shake off their pursuit. Originally, Yi Xian had wanted to search for Luo Luo and the others. However, when he arrived at their residence, he did not find them. Helpless, Yi Xian could only use a secret voice transmission technique to ask. However, he learned that Luo Luo and the other two women had discovered a mysterious place and were preparing to enter to explore it. Yi Xian's heart suddenly tightened. He immediately stopped the three women and rushed over. Yi Xian had already suspected that there was a power writing his script. His every action in the origin mystic realm was being watched by a pair of eyes. However, Yi Xian seemed to be even more certain of this feeling now. The three women did not go out often. Even if they did, they would not wander too far away. There were basically no origin beasts in this area. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this mysterious place was suspicious. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop in the slightest as he quickly converged with the three girls. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what that pair of eyes wanted him to do or what it wanted to do to the people around him. In just a moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the three women's location. However, Yi Xian would never have imagined that the three women had indeed not left. However, they had already discovered the secret of that mysterious place. Treasure chests. Rows and rows of treasure chests. There were probably more than 10,000 of them. There were so many boxes. Who put them here? Why had no one discovered them after so long? Master, a few days ago, we coincidentally sensed a mysterious aura emanating from underground, so we've been paying attention to this place. A few days later, a rumbling sound came from here, and when we arrived here, this place was constantly emitting brilliant lights. That's right, young master. We followed your instructions and did not move recklessly. However, as the lights dissipated, these chests appeared. We do not know what these chests are or what they are used for. Luo Luo and Fian spoke first. Yi Xian nodded. However, his gaze was fixed on the chests. System, detect these chests. I want to see what is inside. Following Yi Xian's command, the system's notification sounded. One had to know that during the system's weakened period, detection would consume a lot of energy. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to play it safe. Ding. System notification. The target is made of special materials. You cannot see through the items inside. Cannot see through them? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the divine wood swordsman appeared. Go and see what is inside. The Godslayer was already suspended in midair. Yi Xian was also holding the heavenly bow in his hand. If there was something bad in those chests, Yi Xian would have no choice but to destroy them. The divine wood swordsman quickly arrived beside those chests. Then they directly opened one of the chests. Rays of light were emitted in an instant. However, Luo Luo exclaimed, "It's actually an origin stone."